word of prayer. Loving Master, we thank you for this precious morning. Lord our Father, we thank you that you've led us to this place safely. As we are going to start this important dialogue, may you send your holy angels to be with us, guide us, such that we may deliberate according to your wish. For this we pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Hilda. We are going to get the opportunity to introduce ourselves. Your name, your position, the organization or the institute you are working for. I am Aloysius Chitengo. I work as a program coordinator, financing for development at Southern and Eastern Africa Trade, Information and Negotiation Institute. So we are going to start from this side, going the other side.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kayondo Fiona. I work with Touch the Heart Uganda and a member of Tax Justice Alliance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jessica Lusimbo from Rada Education. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ayo Juliet Okwir. I work for Tororo District Local Government. I am the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, members. I'm called Naoya Bruno, Chief Administrative Officer, Madiokolo District Local Government.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Muruta Mugaga. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Nebi District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Festo Friday. I work with the Ministry of Finance under the Climate Finance Unit.
Good morning. I'm called Marcus Mgome, just a tax campaigner from Bulisa District. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Namagai Melda, board at CS Bag.
Good morning, everyone. Joanna Kachkunda is my name. I work with Women and Girl Child Development Association and a member of Just Tax Alliance.
Good morning, Mark Mugisa. My name's I'm the District Revenue Officer, Bulisa.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jarugaba Alex. I'm a member of Parliament for Isinjo House.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Terry Jacob, accountant, Mitana Municipal Council.
Morning, everyone. I'm Birawa Judith, Town Clerk, Kasanda Town Council.
Good morning. I am Moses Talivita. I represent civil society organizations of the Tobacco Control Committee. I'm here in that capacity, given that there is a very big audience here. Thank you.
I'm Wamara Paulson, Head of Finance, Nakusongola Town Council.
Good morning, members. Acheng Judith, Tax Justice Campaign at Torero.
Morning, members. My name is Bahasha Becker. I'm the Research, Policy and Advocacy Officer at Kasita, Uganda, which is a traders association. I'm here in that capacity, but I'm also a member of the Joint Tax Alliance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amusukut Emawini from Osukuru United Women Network. I work as the admin. You're all welcome here today.
God is good all the time. That's nature. Wow. My name is Dennis Opio, Program Associate for SEED Concordia, Uganda from Kulu. Thank you. Mwasuze mutyabo Oluganda. That is a voice from Masaka.
Kasubandi Charles Kibabiri is my name. Executive Director, South Buganda Anti-Corruption Organization, based in Masaka, where I come from. And I'm a member of Tax Justice. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julius Saruku. I work with the Public Affairs Center of Uganda, that is a secretariat in Soroti, but also we are a member of Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. I'm happy and privileged to be here and part of this team.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Frederick Bombo from Butambala District, and I'm the Executive Director at Kalamba Community Development Organization. I'm also a member of Tax Justice Alliance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Maureen Wagobi, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Institute for Social Transformation, the organization that works with the informal sector, specifically markets across the country, but we are also members of the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alex Saliho from Equitable Budgets for Women and Children Initiatives. I'm the program manager. Thank you for being here, and a member of Tax Justice for Uganda.
Good morning, members. I'm Kakuru Robert. I'm the Executive Director, KIK, Corruption out of Uganda, and a member of the Alliance. Glad being here.
Good morning. My name is Richard Obedi. I work as the Executive Director of the Populist Foundation International. He's a member of the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Vico Pola. I'm the Senior Labor Officer for Terego District Local Government representing the COW.
Good morning, members. My name is Apang Bashir. I am the Records Officer at Arua Central Division in the shoes of Arua City Clerk.
Good morning. Moses Orengi is my name. I work for SysNet as a programs manager. SysNet is based in Arua. And I'm also the member of Tax Justice Alliance. Thank you. I observe the protocol. My name is Kennedy Oluma. I am a coordinator for Uganda Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Tax Justice. And we are a proud member of TJAO, the Tax Justice Alliance.
I salute you all, ladies and gentlemen. Godfrey Mwanje is my name. I'm chairperson of Masaka City NGO Forum, the umbrella organization for all civil society organizations in Masaka, but also a member of Sabako. But in Siatin, I am commonly called the Father. Thank you.
Praise God the Father. Henry Morris Chibalia, Member of Parliament from Bugabula South Constituency.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Taebwa. I work with NBS TV as a business journalist. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hilda Tumuhe. I work with Siatini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Okot Ben Douglas. I work for ARID. ARID is Amaro Research and Development. I'm the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer. Thank you. I'm also a member of the TJAO.
Good morning. I'm Ronald Simbe. I work with the J. Mello Foundation. We work with children with disabilities. Glad to be here.
Yes, good morning. My name is Naiga Penina, Research Fellow, Uganda Date Network.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rehma Kahonde from the Economic Policy Research Center, EPRC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Paul Nakuma. I'm the coordinator of DRMS in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I'm here representing the Commissioner of the Tax Policy Department of the Ministry.
Good morning, everybody. I am Constance Okolet from Tororo, a tax justice campaign, and the chairperson of Osukuru United Women Network.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Frederick Okiru from Uganda Small Scale Association.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Soryang, and I work for Siatini, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. Asimarani Jonathan, Roberto for the dialogue.
Good morning, everybody. I'm by the names of Namwimba Hamida from Public Policy Desk Africa and the PRO of the company. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Simwe Linda. I work with Public Policy Desk Africa as a Finance and Administration Officer. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Timurami Pelagia. I coordinate Parliamentary Forum on SDGs and DRR.
I'm Taka Rosemary from Kalangala District NGO Forum. I work as the Executive Director.
Here.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Henry Bazira, and I work with the Water Governance Institute as the Executive Director.
Ivan Muhammad is my name. ED Mindset Change Front Initiative Uganda.
Can you introduce yourself, the mic holder?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Tukundane. I work with Siatini, Uganda. You're all welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gold Professor Dr. Levi Msinguzi Bahimuka, Kao Oblisa.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. And it is critical that we know who is here and how we can move forward. Please.
Good morning, my name is Donald Katalihwa. I'm a member of Parliament. I sit on Budget Committee.
Thank you very much for coming. Members, we are here today to dialogue specifically on issues of domestic resource mobilization and how we can use tax as a tool to finance issues of climate change, the different interventions and the obligations we have as Uganda, but also ensuring that we are able to finance our development as a country. So your voices are critical in shaping the current debates when it comes to financing our own development and the national development contributions which we subscribe to as Uganda. And we have come to realize that regardless of all the sources of revenue we collect as a country in terms of tax, in terms of debt, in terms of grants, and other ways, innovative financing, you find that the most critical source of revenue is tax. And for us to be able to achieve what we want to achieve as a country and be able to fund the commitments beyond even the international commitments, but back home as districts, municipal council, cities, and others, we need to prioritize resource mobilization, but resource mobilization in terms of revenue, in terms of the taxes we are collecting. So this multi-stakeholder dialogue is going to benefit from the individuals, institutions from different backgrounds to see how they are looking at issues of climate financing and how tax can play a key role in financing our development objectives. And we think that at the end of the day, we will be positioned to come up with something which is critical in shaping all the ongoing debates at national and even international level, but also even reflect back home, because at the end of the day, decisions are made at national level, decisions are made at the international level, but you find that in the area of domestication, it is us, the end users, or the local people who are supposed to ensure that these strategies, these policies, the measures put in place are implementable, but also they have adequate resources. Because at the end of the day, we see that our debt obligation is increasingly growing every time and then. The country is borrowing every time and then. And one of the reasons as to why they is because of the deficit in revenue mobilization. And me and you, we need to look at how can we ensure that the government can generate more revenue to be able to finance the poor crisis we have as a country, or we face as a country, and the world at large, because what comes from the top do affect us as a nation. And before we move forward with the debate, I want to request my colleague who is representing the executive director. I will not say the name. He will be in position to say those names and the position, because we were blessed, maybe because the executive director is not feeling well, but he was gave him the task to do so. So Herbert, you're welcome.
Thank you, Aloysius. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome to this very timely engagement on enhancing domestic resource mobilization to finance climate interventions. My name is Herbert Kafero. I work with Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, CIATINI, as the programs manager. I'm representing our executive director, who is Miss Jen Alunga. She's a bit unwell, but also has other commitments elsewhere. I would like first to recognize officials from the Ministry of Finance. I would like to further recognize representation from Economic Policy Research Center. I would like to recognize Honorable Biarugaba Alex. I would like to recognize Honorable Maurice Kibalia. I would like to also recognize officials from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I would also like to recognize representatives from the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda, and I would like to speak a little bit about the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. Tax Justice Alliance Uganda is a loose coalition of civil society organizations, individuals, and institutions that advocate for fair, just, transparent, and sustainable tax system in Uganda. And we believe we will get there because of the good collaboration we have with the Ministry of Finance, Uganda Revenue Authority, CIATINI, and the Tax Justice Alliance is a member of the Domestic Resource Mobilization Committee under the Ministry of Finance. We work closely with URA and also Local Government Finance Commission. I would also like to recognize all the Chief Administrative Officers present, and I know I might not really exhaust recognizing everyone, but allow me to recognize you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We've drawn really key stakeholders from the national level, from subnational, Kasanda, Ulisa, and really all the rest of the other local governments that we work closely with. And once again, I would like to welcome you to this multi-stakeholder dialogue on enhancing domestic resource mobilization to finance climate interventions. And I'd like to share a few insights around the realities that we face. And climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's really a reality. It's undermining livelihoods. It's undermining macroeconomic stability. And in terms of macroeconomic stability, really I cannot overemphasize that, because there are challenges that we are facing that have really even increased our borrowing in order to finance climate interventions and also other development imperatives. And as a country, Uganda, we are facing a huge climate financing gap. And between 2022 and 2030, Uganda requires 28.1 billion US dollars to finance climate interventions. And that is a lot of money. And so far, 15% has been mobilized, both from domestic resource mobilization and also concessional loans, borrowing, and other means. So you cannot divorce the issue of domestic resource mobilization from climate justice. In fact, domestic resource mobilization is not just a fiscal justice issue, it is also a climate justice issue. And so, to finance our nationally determined contributions, we need, between the years 2022 and 2030, we will need 28.1 billion US dollars. And so, nationally determined contributions, just to put this in perspective, these are national climate action plans towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating climate change. And of course, like I mentioned, we've only mobilized 15%. And in the financial year 2024-2025, debt servicing took really a huge percentage of domestically mobilized resources. It took a percentage of 39.8. So that's a lot of money that is being channeled to really debt servicing. And debt servicing and debt is deepening vulnerabilities. And yet we already have the vulnerabilities, that have been brought forth by climate change. But also it's important to recognize that climate change threatens the realization of economic expansion. According to the 10 Growth Development Strategy, government envisages growing the economy to become a $5 billion US dollar economy by 2040. Whether we will get there, how we get there, is really something that we can all interrogate. But climate change stands in the way of getting there. And of course, government has identified quite a number of drivers of the economy that include agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, science, and technology. All these are very important. But we need to also further interrogate and talk about how to green the 10-fold growth development strategy. We need to talk about greening the 10-fold growth strategy. And this dialogue is really timely because it gives us the opportunity to interrogate where we are, to also discuss and contribute pathways towards achieving our development aspirations as a country, but also we must recognize that we have contributed just minimally to greenhouse gas emissions. Just like Africa, less than 4%. Uganda has contributed minimally, but we face the brunt of the climate crisis. Communities are losing livelihoods. We are from we are from different communities. We can attest to this, that we might not get really the yields of maize that we desire. Because of climate change, it has just started raining just 2 weeks back or a week back. So it means production levels might be a bit undermined. So we can really not divorce domestic resource mobilization from climate justice, because domestic resource mobilization is not just a fiscal justice issue, but it is also a climate justice issue. So this engagement is really timely because it will help us to discuss how to align domestic resource mobilization to fiscal policy and also align it with climate finance. And we all recognize that the funds that the polluters, developed countries commit do not trickle down. And of course, economists will understand that the trickle-down effect sometimes is illusionary. I mean, things do not trickle down. So with those so many words, I would like to wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and once again bring you greetings from our Executive Director, Ms. Jena Lunga, and let's really engage constructively, objectively, but also recognize where we are as a country, recognize efforts of government, and build on the same to get to where we want to get to. Thank you very much. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, Herbert. And on behalf of the ED for that, okay, thank you very much. I want to give space to Hotel Africana to communicate to us, please.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rose. We do brief our guests about their safety within the premises. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all of you, and we thank you for giving us the business. My name is Rose, I've already mentioned. We request you, if you have not registered, kindly, you register with the organizer. 2, we request you to know your neighbors. Can you turn to your neighbor and say hi? Yeah, it's good to know the neighbor who sat next to you. And also, in case of emergency, we have that door, our fire outbreak, and we have fire assembling point. That is in our parkings. We have 3 different fire assembling points. And also we request you to help us. We work as a team. You protect your personal belongings, for example, phones, small bags, and laptop. This hall is called Kagera, and in area of inconveniences, you exit out, you turn on your right, your left, both ladies and gents, the other side. Thank you. Our motto says you come as a guest and you leave as a friend. Have a good day. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I want us to join our hands to clap for the ED first of all, and then for the hotel for that communication. Thank you very much. Now we are going into our presentations on what we so that we can kickstart our dialogue today. And before us, we have a representative from the Climate Finance Unit, Minister of Finance, Mr. Festo Friday, to give us a presentation on DRM and how to finance climate interventions. So you're welcome. Sorry for the system. We are trying to prepare our presentation, and as per the debate, or as per the intention of the dialogue today, I liked what my colleague was talking about, of issues of how we can finance our development, but also even we need to look at the current debates when it comes to issues of climate financing. Members, I don't know if you have heard of, there is a debate of the polluter pay principle, or the polluter pay debate. And when we were trying to engage some of the members, they were saying that aren't we just giving the polluters the opportunity to do so at our expense? Because we are saying, yes, it is a good approach. Maybe the polluters should go ahead and pollute and then they pay us. But don't we need to look at how best can we check on that? Or if it is not possible, that means that the intention of checking on the impact is not easy to be achieved, because at the end of the day, the polluter is going to continue to, while you who are saying that, okay, as you're doing it, you can go ahead at the expense. But is it really a measure which we can use, or we don't have an alternative? Is using or looking at debt or bonds and other means of financing the nationally determined contributions and others the only way to finance our climate interventions? So as you are waiting for this debate, for these presentations, we need to rethink and reflect on some of these interventions, because the issues we discuss here, or the issues we highlight, do have an impact on the decisions that are made in one way or the other. Because if you're talking about that aspect of polluter pay principle, or polluter pay, how long are we supposed to go to that extent? And when it comes to the aspect of other areas, for instance, when you come to mining and extractives, where we are asking the government to put in place and ensure that we have a decommissioning plan, well known by the government and people, first of all by the local governments, especially those where resources are where the local governments are endowed with natural resources. But you might find that even when it comes to having that plan well known by the district officials, maybe now we can ask and reflect ourselves, have we ever seen any decommissioning plan in our areas where mining and extractives are taking place? And how is it inclusive, or it is only known by the company? So to me, I think when you're trying to reflect on issues of climate financing, how we can deter or check on climate impact, the change, we need also to look at the current measures, those that are not in terms of finance good enough to enable us to fight the problem. Or we are just trying to put in place measures that are good, sounding good, but when it comes to the real feel of how we are going to benefit, we cannot touch it, we cannot feel it, we cannot change anything. Because if you're talking about the decommissioning plan within the extractive sector, and you don't know how it looks like, it is a challenge for us. And you see pits are left open in the mining areas. So those ones who are coming from the mining areas, they can share with us, are the pits covered? Are they covered or restored to the level which we think they are supposed to be, or the way they found them, or they have now tried to be innovative in one way to do afforestation or reforestation or planting trees, or maybe making it usable for the future. So to me, while we are trying to look at even the finance aspect, there are other areas where we need also to focus than just looking at finance alone. Yes, finance can play a key role in terms of financing the climate interventions which we have, but also we need also to look at other areas which can help us also to deter, to check on the problem. So as we are trying to reflect and finding way forward, or forging way forward on how we can fight the problem of climate, impact of climate change, but also trying to restore now and for the future to come, we need also to look at, if it is not finance, are the policies in place favorable for us? Are the stakeholders aware and willing to work with us? Are the people know what should be done right? Or it is for the few, it is a privy for some, not us. Are we together? So we need to interrogate that so that we can come up with recommendations that can be maybe reflected in what we are supposed to see coming. I've been told that now the system is clear, so let me invite Mr. Friday Festo to bring us to speed on what you have for us. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Once again, my name is Festo Friday. I work with the Ministry of Finance under the Climate Finance Unit. So I'll make this presentation. I'm representing the head of the Climate Finance Unit. The theme is enhancing domestic revenue mobilization to climate finance interventions. First of all, I'll first take you through our mandate as a climate finance unit, what we do, and our mandate before we dive in the climate financing. Next slide. So our mandate is one, to mobilize national and international resources for climate and green investments. Then number two, we ensure efficient allocation and utilization of climate finance. So as we mobilize, we also make sure we efficiently utilize the mobilized resources. And then third, to increase institutional coordination and capacity to attract more climate financing, both nationally and internationally. The role of the climate finance unit, first is to is climate and green finance mobilization. Climate and green finance mobilization. Climate finance, this one is to do with mitigation and adaptation actions. Then green finance, these are projects or activities which are green as per the National Green Taxonomy. That's where we find like waste disposal or garbage disposal. Then we do monitoring and evaluation of projects and programs under the climate financing. We also undertake stakeholder capacity needs assessment, and we develop strategies and execute capacity enhancement. Then we support the GCF, AF, and GF in the movement. GCF, that is a Green Climate Fund. Then AF, the Adaptation Fund, and GEF is Group Environmental Facility. So these are funds where we source funding internationally. Then we also build strategic partnerships with national, regional, and global stakeholders. So what's climate financing? This refers to public and private resources dedicated to climate change adaptation and mitigation. So adaptation, you are enhancing resilience to effects of climate change. Then mitigation, you are reducing emissions, basically. Financing instruments, we usually use grants, then concessional and non-concessional loans, equity, guarantees, and results-based payments. And the sources of financing, it's mainly domestic public finance, then private sector investments. We are starting carbon markets, and then international climate funds. So as a country, this is our ambition. From 2023 to 2030, we are supposed to raise US dollars 28.1 billion to meet our nationally determined contributions. And over 28.1, 17.7, that's 63%, it will go to adaptation measures. And over 17.7, 14% of it will be mobilized locally. That's domestic mobilization. Then 86% will be mobilized internationally. 36.6% of 28.1 billion will go to mitigation costs. And of that percentage, 15% of the 10 billion will be mobilized locally, then the balance will be mobilized internationally. A smaller percentage will go to cross-cutting issues, both mitigation and adaptation. That's 0.4%, which accounts to 0.1 billion US dollars. And 6.5% of it will be mobilized locally, then 96% mobilized, 93.5% mobilized externally. So as you have on average, 15% will be mobilized locally, then 85% mobilized externally. So why domestic resource mobilization for climate change? As you have seen, we are dwelling more on external funding, then less on domestic. And this is a big issue. And that's why we are now shifting to domestic resource mobilization strategies. So, 85%, as you have seen, 85% will be mobilized externally. And this will create vulnerability and uncertainty. You know, donors, anytime anything can happen, they switch off the funding. You saw what happened to USAID, and it can happen to other funders. So that's why we need to shift to domestic resource mobilization. Next slide. So mobilizing climate finance from national sources to reduce reliance on external funding. That is domestic resource mobilization. We are trying to avoid relying most on external funding. And it includes public revenue, then private sector finance, capital markets, and innovative fiscal instruments. Domestic resource mobilization, it ensures national ownership, accountability, and alignment with development priorities. So the funds will collect locally. It ensures the ownership of the projects being funded by locally generated income. So what are the key instruments? We have public budget allocations and fiscal reforms. Here the government allocates some funding for climate annually. For example, we have a contingency fund which deals with the disasters in case of climate-related disasters, genetic disasters. Then you have climate-related taxes, levies, and fees. You are aware when you are importing like a vehicle of a certain age or years, you have to pay some tax because it has exceeded some limit of years. Then you have green sustainability and wildlife bonds. So these are bonds, like the normal bonds, but the proceeds from these bonds, they go to financing green-related investments. Then we're exploring carbon markets. Carbon markets are this. Here we trade carbon credits. If you have like a project which reduces emissions, let's say clean cooking, you reduce emissions, then that reduction is measured and they are turned into credits. So we are able to trade those credits. Then we have public-private partnerships, then blended finance. Blended finance is where we have a combination of instruments. It can be grant plus a loan, or like equity plus a guarantee. So if we let's say we are borrowing a loan, and we can negotiate and we combine it with a grant. These are the major sources of financing. Domestically, we rely on national budget allocations, then taxes we pay, grants, then we issue bonds, and then fees and charges. Then we also have national climate change funds. For example, there is a fund with UTP for green financing. Then also some funds with the Uganda Energy Capitalization Company Limited for clean cooking. Then we also have API. We have funds with API for green financing. That's domestically. On international scene, we have bilateral and multilateral. So we have bilateral engagements with countries like the European Union, Germany, France, United Kingdom, Japan, and the United States. But of late, the United States withdrew from supporting climate financing until further notice. Then multilaterally, we have funds under the UN FCCC. That's the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. One, we have the GCF, that's the Global Green Climate Fund, and that's the major funder of our current projects. Then we have the Adaptation Fund. We have the Green Environmental Facility, Global Environmental Facility Trust Fund, the Rich Developed Countries Fund, and the Special Climate Fund. Still under multilateral, we also have multilateral development banks, and our biggest funder is currently the World Bank, then IMF. Then private finance. That's where we find companies and foundations. Then we have commercial banks, where we get commercially create on commercial rates. Then we have insurance. The government is partnering with insurance companies to buy down the premiums for agriculture. So in case there is a disaster or there is maybe an outbreak of pest and diseases, and you are under insurance pays. Then you have public-private partnerships, and then venture capital. That's under private finance. Next slide. So, domestic revenue mobilization for a just and equity society. With this, domestic climate finance must prioritize vulnerable and marginalized communities. And the focus should be on adaptation, resilience, and livelihood protection. Should be gender responsive and socially inclusive. Then, the most critical thing is local governments play a key role in delivering climate benefits at community level. So, at local government level, we have some mechanisms which are currently running, and one of them is local. That's local climate adaptive living facility, which is being implemented in 14 districts, and these are vulnerable. These are districts which are vulnerable to climate change. We started with 4, we added 6, then 4. And this year we are adding 15. So some of you are from, like, especially West Nile, Northern Uganda, or Karamoja. You must be familiar with this mechanism. Then we also have Life Air. That's LDC initiatives for effective adaptation and resilience. This one covers 12 districts, still districts which are vulnerable to effects of climate change. And the arrangement is that when a district is covered under LOCAR, it can't be covered under FAR. So you have to be in one of those. And the model of operation is that the initiatives are initiated by the local government. So they come from down to top. Initiatives can't come from up. No. And these two mechanisms, they mainly support infrastructure and nature-based solutions. So you find those districts, they come up with initiatives, like maybe they want to construct a bridge because of seasonal rivers, they want to put up a bridge, or like water-stressed areas, they come up with an initiative of maybe constructing a water dam, a valley dam. Those are initiatives, some of the initiatives being funded. And so far, over 2 million people, beneficiaries, have been reached, both directly and indirectly. And this mechanism is a catalyst for domestic mobilization through co-financing. What happens? We get funding externally. We give to districts, but the district has to co-finance. They have their own input. It can either be in cash or in kind. Like we find some districts, especially where they are constructing valley dams, the community contributes, like they say, we are giving you this land, you construct the dam here. So that one is part of the contribution. We convert into in monetary terms. When we are reporting to the donor, we say this was our contribution. So these are some of the ongoing efforts to bridge the financing gap. Our target is 28.1 billion US dollars. So how shall we reach there? One, we have developed some policies, and one of them is a national climate finance strategy, which was launched in September this year. And with this one, it elaborates on how Uganda will mobilize, utilize, and track the requisite climate finance. That's the 28.1 stated strategy. Then we have also developed the national green taxonomy. This one classifies what is green and what is not green. So when we are financing, its taxonomy, it describes if this project that is qualified to fall under green or it's brown. Then we have also developed a country climate and development report. This one states it paints a picture of Uganda, or how Uganda will develop with climate action or without action, business as usual versus climate action. And this one has unlocked funding from the World Bank, IMF, and other financiers are coming in to support some of those recommendations in the report. Then we also developed guidelines for mainstreaming climate action in the financial sector of Uganda. Then currently we are working on the disaster risk financing strategy. As of now, our response to disasters is ex post. We wait for the disaster to first happen, then we look for funds. But we are now developing a strategy to turn into ex ante. So we shall be having pre-finance arrangements. By the time when the disaster happens, there are already funds available to cater for the response. Then we are also opening engagements on climate, on carbon markets, as carbon trade, and the guidelines were developed and gazetted. We are currently working on the fiscal policy framework to govern the carbon markets. That's where we shall be having how they will be taxed, then the sharing of the benefits. They will be in the fiscal framework which we're working on. Then we developed the national climate financing vehicle, and it has already started receiving indicative financing from some partners. So the climate financing vehicle, it will be like a pool where we shall pool all the resources, the funds we have mobilized. They will be managed under the climate financing vehicle. We are having engagements with investors, and recently, so what happens? We do matchmaking. That is the capital providers, those people who have funds. We match them with people who need funds in the climate financing space. And we came up with the deal book where 23 eligible companies seeking funding for climate-related projects was developed, with funding requests between 1 million and 60 million US dollars. Then we also held an annual National Private Sector Engagement Forum. It was in July, and going forward, it's going to be annually. What happens here? We invite the private sector. Then we also invite the donors or funders. We put them in the same room. They network. Deals are cracked there. Then we had development of bankable pipeline projects. Here, many were targeting bilateral and multilaterals. especially under the UNFCCC. Then we are exploring innovative climate financing mechanisms, and there that's where we find the green bonds. It's based on we shall be issuing green bonds. Then regional partnerships. Uganda championed the East African director level meetings, which is it has members from East African region, including Ethiopia and Mauritius. So what happened? They meet annually, then they share experiences. What's working maybe in Ethiopia, and what's working maybe in Rwanda. Then we share and we learn from them. Then we implement. That's why we got the National Climate Financing Vehicle. We copied it from Rwanda. Then stakeholder engagements. We make sure in every event, at least we are represented. That was the National Youth and Children's Climate Change Summit. Then the Women in Climate Change Conference. Climate Finance Symposium for the youth and women. Then still on private sector engagement. It will be held annually. Next slide, that's the next slide. It will be an annual event. So some of you will be invited. And it attracts sponsors, especially from banking and also the NGOs. I talked about peer-to-peer learning, where we championed the East African Climate Finance Directors level meeting. As I said, it's a knowledge sharing, and that's how Tanzania now is also copying from us to establish the climate change finance department. What are the challenges we are facing in the climate financing space? One, there is limited physical space and competing national priorities. As we allocate resources, we tend to ignore climate financing. Why? They are competing priorities. MPs, members of parliament, you know, the competing priorities. Then two, there's inadequate private sector participation. The private sector is slow on climate financing because they perceive it as risky. Then third, there is weak coordination both at the national and local governments. For example, there is slow implementation of climate projects. For example, now for the CAB, you find the district is given funds, but when it comes to implementation, they tend to drag, especially when it comes to procurements. So, and usually these grants, they are usually performance-based. You don't perform, you don't get the next grant. So, it's also affecting further mobilizations. Then fourth, there is sufficient tracking and reporting mechanism. You find there is climate financing some going on, especially in the private sector, but we can't track. We can't know this one is doing this, this one is doing this. Then lastly, there is limited technical and institutional capacity, especially structuring bankable green proposals. These are some of the opportunities intend to strengthen public-private partnerships, especially by de-risking green investments. Here we can create guarantee schemes to motivate the private sector to participate in green financing. Then we are developing a national climate finance framework for improved coordination and efficiency. Then we shall leverage carbon markets and innovative financing instruments for new revenue streams. So, carbon markets and innovative financing, that's where we intend to explore, especially for domestic resource mobilization. And then fourth, shall decentralize climate finance to increase funds reaching the local communities. We are using the local and life AR. It has, as the benchmark, it has worked, and we shall use the same approach for future fundings. Then we shall build institutional capacity in the financial institutions to mainstream climate finance. Then lastly, enhancing climate budget tagging and expenditure tracking for better realization. So we have come up with climate change budget tagging, which it's a tool which tracks expenditure, income and expenditure related to climate. And those from districts, the trainings are already ongoing on how they are the projects are to be tagged, both mitigation and adaptation. And with that, we shall be able to track the utilization of the funds we have mobilized. Colleagues, thank you for listening to me. That's all the brief presentation about what is taking place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Festo, for that presentation. Members. Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you very much. We need to first get to know those ones who have some burning questions before we go for the panel, because it is the panelists have specific questions which they are going to work on or to discuss. But when it comes to this topic, to me, I think it is key and relevant for us to react on. So if you have that burning question, burning issue, addition, and observation, we can have the first 5 hands. Let me see the hands. Peter. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, the presenter. You talked about the issue of that matchmaking, whereby capital for providers and capital seekers come together. And so in other words, I wanted to inquire whether, in other words, what kind of category of people do you matchmake? Is it only the private sector, government, or also other stakeholders like NGOs are also eligible because I know most NGOs are doing work on climate financing. Then the other thing is about the issue of tracking climate change. Have you developed tools? Because I know local governments have capacity gaps. Because if they're going to track, do you have a tool already they're going to be using to track? Thank you.
Henry?
Thank you, and I want to just appreciate that you recognize that over-reliance on external sources of funds is not very sustainable, it's risky, and that you're going to increase domestic resource mobilization. You've just told us about the money that you require, 28.1 billion US dollars, and you have said you are trying to see how you can reduce that with the domestic resource mobilization. So you have given us a list of instruments that you seek to use. And my question is around the national financing vehicle. I don't want to ask questions as to how you came about it. You told us you copied it from Rwanda, but we need to understand what was the rationale for Rwanda having a national finance vehicle for us to copy. And how is this national financing vehicle connected to the environmental fund that we have in Uganda? The other question I have is, you have stated all the ideas as things to do, but just making statements of things to do, we need to see concrete actions towards actually realizing those things to do. Developing bankable projects, and then you are talking about climate, the carbon trade. Do we have a carbon register? How are we going to do this carbon trading? How are we going to connect with already existing mechanisms that are in at the international level? Thank you.
Thank you. This side, Peter. Yeah, this step. Let's finish this side.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to appreciate the presenter, and I also want to appreciate government for coming up with several interventions towards managing climate change. My concern is on...
Your name, please.
Ayo Juliet Okwir. My concern is on the use of fuel wood, because when you look at this, it affects climate financing. What strategy do we have as government to subsidize on the use of gas? Because when you look at the biggest population of the country, most people rely on the fuel wood. And when we talk about the alternatives, like the energy saving stove and what have you, the coverage is not that very wide. And when you look at trucks carrying tons and tons of charcoal, especially from the northern part of Uganda and eastern part, you feel that all the efforts might go to waste. So what strategy do we have to manage that?
One more so that he can respond to that, and then we come back for another round. Another one?
Yes, thank you very much for presenting and enlightening us on what the Climate Finance Unit is doing. One thing that really captured my mind is on the physical framework that you're developing on to govern the carbon trading. But my question, and this will be regarding like the stakeholder engagement. Have you done stakeholder engagement, like to consult them on what they would want to feature in the framework? And also, the other thing you mentioned that we deal in carbon trading, and would like to know how much does Uganda earn from it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us get him reacting. Okay. That is the last one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that he can respond on those 6.
Thank you so much. I will start from where the point that concerned procurement. It appeared generic and not specific. How we wish the presenter was a little specific, for those specifics to be understood and then forge a way forward. When it comes to climate change, DRM, climate change justice matter, I also would add that the challenge be added, the challenge of governance and public finance management. I happened to have presented a paper somewhere of late in relation to the same, and I highlighted governance, saying that DRM would effectively depend on strong public finance systems. Without accountability and transparency, increased revenues might not translate to climate impacts. The informal sector goes untaxed, and yet that would be the tax realized and targeted to climate smart actions. There are issues relating to global inequities and justice, where as a developing country, Uganda, we need to read what is contained within the Paris Agreement, and then we relate with our policy frameworks in relation to climate justice. The recommendations will come. Let me stop there. Then maybe at some point you shall share the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you. You didn't give us your name, sir, to help us track it.
I'm Professor Dr. Levi Msingus Bahimuka.
Thank you very much.
Bulisa.
Thank you, Kao. Mr. Festo, can start with those ones.
Thank you for the questions and also for your input in the presentation. The first lady talked of matchmaking. Matchmaking. Yeah. This one is not specifically for private sector. We also invite the NGOs and also the civil society organizations. Like the recent, for the last engagement, we invited civil society organizations and also some NGOs. And then she also mentioned whether we have a tracking tool for our expenditures. Yes, we have developed the climate change budget tracking tool, and it's being implemented local governments. We are currently doing capacity building, and some of your accounting officers have been attending. So far, we have covered the 130 districts training. So yes, we have. Then someone mentioned of the national financing vehicle. We came up with this vehicle mainly to handle the issue of turnaround time of our projects. We find currently, when we are doing application for grants, maybe for funding, it can be done by Ministry of Water or any other private company. So yet Ministry of Finance is supposed to lead. So you find what is happening in the Ministry of Water, we are not aware. What is happening in another company which has applied, we are not aware. So we can't follow up. So with this vehicle, when we put them under one pool, we shall be able to track a project which has been taking maybe 3 years to be funded. It will reduce at most a year. So it was mainly to do with turnaround time of processing the proposals and also tracking. Yes, you have refused the funds, but you find the ministry is implementing, we are not receiving reports. that you are supposed to report to the donor. You find maybe a project got some issues, maybe there was some, like a very dam, someone drowned, the whistleblower, they are cutting funds, but we are not aware. So all those things will be addressed under the climate financing vehicle. Then he also mentioned whether we have the carbon register. Currently, the carbon we are trading informally, basically. We just develop the guidelines and gazette it. We don't have the physical framework. We can't tax. We don't know how we don't know how much we have earned. So once we develop the physical framework, then we shall be able now to align ourselves with the registers, the registrar, the carbon register. Then Madame Ayo asked about the strategy for fuel wood. Yes, the government, through Ministry of Energy, established a clean cooking unit. There is a unit specifically to handle clean cooking. And they have come up with innovations, improved cook stoves, subsidized clean cooking stoves, and also some LPG gas. You have seen those yellow gas cylinders. Yeah. So we are also covered in that space. We have a fully fledged unit. And then someone asked about stakeholder engagement, whether we did stakeholder engagement on the carbon physical framework. This work is ongoing, and we are engaging different stakeholders. We engage the service as a consultant, and the work is ongoing. Everything is on track. And then she also wanted to know how much Uganda has earned from the carbon trade. As I said, we have just developed the guidelines, and we are working on the physical space. So now we can't track, we can't measure until the physical framework is in place. Then Professor Wayemuka wanted elaboration on procurement. Some more procurement clarification. So what is happening? You find that maybe we have allocated funds, let's say 400 million, to the local government. We leave them to look for their own projects, initiatives. But now they come up with an ambitious project, maybe of 600 million. Yet they don't have a top up. They go to procurement, they get quotations of 800 million. Now they cancel. They say now we are going back. They also change the project. So remember, they are supposed to utilize those funds within 1 year. So they end up dragging on. You find funds are carried from one financial year to another. So that's where the problem is. Then I appreciate his contribution on the challenges with governance and also on taxing for environment. Yeah, I think those are the questions.
Please. Other, okay, hands please, so that we can see the people interested. Peter? Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Festo. My name is Hilda Tomohe. I'm a data and aid officer at Siatini. When I look at the presentation on DRM for Just and Equitable Society, most of the climate instruments, financing instruments, they are more of debt creating instruments. And we are worried that this would amplify the current debt situation. a point in case of the wildlife and green sustainable bonds. But also, what aspects or safeguards does the climate finance unit have in place to ensure that instruments like PPPs do not actually yield the intended purpose? Why? These are largely de-risked. The private sector is usually de-risked to undertake some of these investments. As CIATIN, we have a research study on this, and it clearly shows that government has largely lost a lot of income when it comes to some of these de-risked private sector interventions. So going forward, what are we going to do if we are to leverage such financing options for climate change based on the fact that we do not pollute a lot, but we are now faced with a challenge of having to finance climate interventions?
Thank you. On a late note, I want to first thank the moderator for the good job. When I came in here and I found you giving some insights, I thought you were covering the whole debate and the dialogue because you are really giving us good insights of why we are here. Two, I listened carefully to the presentation of the person from Ministry of Finance, and also then on a late note, this is the first time I'm seeing a presentation from Ministry of Finance without any figures. It is just a narrative. Why am I raising it? We're looking at strengthening domestic resource mobilization for climate financing. We have been performing for the previous years. I expected from his presentation to give us some performance. For example, he gave us a list of sources of financing: private, domestic, international, bilateral, multilateral, just a narrative. If we had planned better on how to mobilize for domestic resources, we should know how are we performing at the moment. If it's to apportion in terms of the sources of financing we have, how much are we getting from multilateral, how much are we getting from private, how much are we getting from bilateral at the moment, to enable us to plan better and really assess ourselves if we are capable or we are going to hit a dead end. So I expected, apart from quoting 28 billion USD, that's the only figure I saw in his presentation, much as I expected, much more figures in terms of this 28 billion. At the moment, how much do we have? How much of this is from multilateral, bilateral, or maybe private or something? I am happy with why am I raising all these things? I told you in my introduction, I sit on budget committee and I've been there for 4 years. Lucky enough, I also sit on the committee of environment and natural resources. And last week, this is now my second point, we're in Mobilisation. I'm happy to meet the cow. We are seeing a lot of very good developments. And when you read I was reading through the BFP which has been laid to us here. All the focus now is on oil in Mobilisation and the Bunyoro sub-region and whatever Albertine region. I'm happy that the cow of Lisa is here, and I know many other stakeholders are here. How are we prepared to tap into this oil year, which are going into 2026, if at all the oil is going to be out by then anyway? So we really need to plan towards that and see how best we can move. I don't want to raise a lot of things because they may be contradicted or conflicted in a way, but for now I want to get some clarity on what is our current performance as we plan for generating resources domestically to finance our own climate issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We were told that the pipes are going to start to cough July 2026, coughing oil. So, yes, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. I just have one observation that I want the presenter to help me understand. I find it very funny that the ministry does not have a fiscal framework for for carbon trading. And in the presentation, I would have loved to hear, as a strategy for carbon trading or for climate innovations, to give us a glimpse of where we are coming from. To this level, these are the efforts that we have made, and this is what we have achieved, and these are our projections. Because, truth be told, climate effects is here with us. And it is very important that, even as a specific strategy for the ministries and the government MDAs, we must be able to focus. And I want to understand from him, to this extent, what achievements we have made in that sector, but also, what is it that you as a ministry are doing to motivate the citizens to embrace carbon trading? And who qualifies? That's what I want to understand from the presentations.
Please give it to your neighbor. I'm going to take only him. Let us reserve our comments. Please, his hand was up first. Okay, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Moses Silvanga from Teda Farmers. I'm a member of Climate Change Action Network Uganda. First of all, I heard Brother Festo telling us about prioritizing. Remember, in 2021, the whole world was shut down due to COVID-19. How can you say we are prioritizing some things minus health? Remember, climate change is a health issue. Uganda was praised last year for the HNAP, and we thought health would be funded because climate change is now a health issue. Why are you prioritizing other things other than what? Health. Another issue, the private sector distancing these things, carbon markets from you. Instead of enticing them, you start on the what? The taxes. We are going to get this tax. Why don't you first entice them and even build capacity building in the private sector? But when you start from taxes, we are going to get such and such an amount. The private sector will run away. We fought hard to bring private sector to what? Climate change. Because they wanted the health, what? Profit benefit. And we calculated and said they will get. That's why they came on board. So we need to entice private sector through incentives. Carbon markets is the way to go. Remember, it is nature-based what? Solutions. We shall overcome what? This elephant called climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Festo. We have another round. We'll be positioned after him. We'll be in position to have the panel, and we will ask. He's not going to leave us. Maybe we'll chip in where necessary. So, Mr. Festo, you.
Yes, thank you. I will start with Hilda, Madam Hilda. She's worried that we are borrowing for climate. So she's worried that the debt is going to increase. But of the instruments I have presented, it's mainly grants. Our current sources, it's mainly grants. And if there are loans, we go for concessional loans, cheap loans. So climate financing is mainly grants. And then public-private partnerships. She mentioned that many government interventions have failed, especially when it comes to de-risking. This one usually happens when the government is implementing directly, especially. But what we have come up with, we pass those funds now through banks. We don't implement directly. Banks have experience of managing those funds. For example, now we are using UDB. Then you have ABI, Agribusiness Initiative. So instead of the government managing the funds directly, now we are using financial institutions who have expertise. If you benefit from a guarantee scheme and you default, that's not, we assume that's not government money. The bank will demand you. So we are using intermediaries. And then someone wanted to look at figures. Yes, we have figures, we have targets. By the end of 2024, last year, our target was to collect 500 million US dollars. And I'm happy to report that we collected 550 million US dollars. And this year's target is 1 billion US dollars. And we hope by the end of the financial year, we shall have surpassed that target. So the figures are there, except if you want them, I can reveal them. Even the trends, we have also the trends. Except that I felt that it was out of the scope of the presentation, yeah. And then, also mentioned about tapping into the petroleum, about oil. We mentioned about something about oil. About oil. Here, we are planning. We propose to amend the petroleum fund. Petroleum fund to provide for climate, especially, like, for example, if there is spillage of oil, maybe somewhere around the pipeline, where can we get the funds from to counter that spillage? So we are proposing to amend the petroleum fund to provide for that eventuality. We use that fund to cater for that eventuality. So that's first, one of them, but others will come up as we start the oil is still there as we start trading. Then another someone mentioned about the fiscal framework, where we are coming from. Yes, we started with the guidelines, carbon market guidelines. They were developed, they are in place, they were gazetted. I think that was last year. So what next is we are working on the fiscal framework. So at least we are somewhere. We are not just starting. We started with the guidelines, now we are working on the fiscal framework. And then about stakeholder engagement in carbon markets. Yes, we are once we finish the framework, then we shall start now fiscal capacity building, stakeholder engagements in the carbon market space. This carbon market is still in nascent state, so we are still growing, and with time, we shall be having sensitization meetings like these ones. And then someone mentioned we are prioritizing other sectors, leaving out the health sector. He equated climate financing change as a health issue. Yes, it's true. They are competing priorities. That we have to agree. I'm not a politician, but they are competing priorities. So this one, we have to bear with it. We have to bear with it. Until we get enough resources. Then he was also wondering why we are rushing to tax the carbon markets. Yes, this is business. It will be business. It will be business, but still, we don't expect the tax on carbon markets to be the same as the tax on other businesses. This is the green tax, so you have to motivate the private sector. Usually, this will be very small taxes. It can't be high tax. So that's how we shall be able to attract the private sector, to incentivize the private sector. Taxes will be there, but they'll be low. Then you also mentioned how we are incentivizing the private sector into the climate financing space. We have funds through banks, and usually these are cheap at cheap rates, 10% per annum, compared to the commercial rate of maybe 22% per annum. So that is incentive enough to attract the private sector. Those funds are usually cheap funds. They're usually 10, 11% or 8%. That's that range. Commercial rates are usually 22% up to 48%. So really, we are trying our best to incentivize the private sector with cheap funds. Yeah. That was all.
Thank you very much. Are you not satisfied in that you couldn't appreciate? Can we double the clap? Thank you very much. I hope you're going to be with us. And we are going into our panel discussion. Allow me to invite our panelists so that we can kickstart our panel. Mr. Joel Achana, Program Officer, ULP UWEP, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Madame Rehema Kaunde, Research Analyst, EPRC. Mr. Honorable Biarugaba Alex, please come to the panel here, members. Mr. Paul Rukuma and Mr. Mgaga Cow, maybe district. I don't know if we were able to get our representative from the Local Government Finance Commission. Can you help me with the mic, please? Can we welcome our panel, please? So you are welcome. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to introduce yourselves and then talk about the theme of the day in 2 minutes before we kickstart our engagement. Please.
Thank you very much. Colleagues and participants, I'm Biarugaba Alex once again. I'm a member of Parliament for Isinjiro House. In Parliament, I chair the Presidential Affairs Committee, but I'm not here to represent the President. But his interests will be covered accordingly. But I also sit on the committee that is renowned for approving the big lion around the loans. Everybody thinks we are overburdened by debt. Maybe if I get time, I'll squeeze in a minute also to allay those fears. So I sit on the National Economic Committee in the Parliament of Uganda, and I also chair the Presidential Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Achana, not Achan. I work with Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I'm the Regional Program Coordinator for the joint program of the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program and the Youth Livelihoods Program. I'm here representing Winnie Masiko, who is the focal point person for climate change adaptation in Uganda. She represents Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I'm interested to be part of this panel for also to discuss from the perspective of our ministry, who are the ones working with the greater population of this country. Those are the youth, women, children, and the elderly, and also not forgetting disabled persons. So looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome.
Good morning. Maybe it's afternoon, I don't know. My name is Paul Akuma. I'm the DRMS specialist with the Ministry of Finance. My work is to coordinate, advise, and analyze and help the tax system, particularly tax policy and administration. Yeah, we're interested a lot in this topic on mitigation and adaptation of climate change and the strategies therein, including carbon trading and carbon taxation, which integrates very well historically with our excise duty system, but also in making sure our excise duty system, or what would be environmental taxes, integrate the element for compensation of the portion which is affected by pollution and carbon emission. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, please.
Thank you, MC. My name is Rehma Kahunde. I'm a research analyst at the Economic Policy Research Center, what we call EPRC, stationed at Makerere University. Of course, I'm very interested in this particular topic of climate financing. At EPRC, we've conducted several studies in line with climate financing or climate adaptation policies, conducted so many studies on climate resilience, and myself have participated in so many of them. So I'm happy to be here and specifically to talk about climate change in line with a gender lens. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Muruta Mugaga. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer representing my boss, who is not around because of some issues. I'm glad to have been invited here to discuss climate change, because climate change affects almost everybody and everything. And the most important thing is that at the district level, that's where implementation is made. If there is any intervention we need to make, it has to be at the district. And what I believe, if the entire community gets convinced that climate change affects them and is supposed to be, they are part of the system which is supposed to fix it. Because there is a thinking that when we get these landslides, when we get these storms, they are looking at the office of the Prime Minister to come in and assist. So really, I'm really very glad that to be around, because really climate change is here to stay, and it's our duty and responsibility to fight it. Thank you very much.
Let me just start with you still, when it comes to the issue which we would love to see. What is the role of local government in generating locally raised revenue? And what could be the contribution of local revenue towards issues of climate financing? But also, how has when the representative from the ministry was presenting, he indicated that there are local governments that have benefited from the local project, and I know Nebi district is one of those ones. How have you benefited from this project?
Thank you very much. First of all, as I said from the beginning, that if you are going to fight this war of climate change, it must be done at the district level. And of course, as a district, I want to start with local revenue. We are aware that local revenue all over Uganda is dwindling, depending on very many reasons. Sometimes taxes are abolished, sometimes even people are not able to collect because of issues. Some are political, some are social. So really, I would like to thank CIATIN, first of all, because CIATIN, as a non-government organization, has been in NEBI for some time. And what CIATIN did was to come in the issues of revenue collection. We know very well when we talk about tax collection, we're talking about a subject which is not popular. Nobody would like to be near a tax collector. Whereas, when these taxes are collected, we are able to enjoy service delivery. So when CIATIN came in, it mobilized us very well, the different districts. We came together, and that sensitization they made in us put up a change. And local revenue increased. And of course, we believe with the increment of local revenue, then we shall be able to address issues of climate change at the district level, down to the lowest to the lowest level, because that's where. This dam was constructed in Palombo sub-county, which happens to be the driest sub-county in Nebi district. And in this area, the residents in this sub-county are cattle keepers. So with the construction of this dam, then it enabled the community there to get water for themselves and even their animals. So we are indeed very grateful. Then another project which is being constructed, in fact it's about 95% completed. This is Jupathom Dam, Jupathom Bridge. This is in Jupangira sub-county. It's connecting Jupangira sub-county and the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's a footbridge. This one was constructed at a cost of 375 million shillings. And as I said, it's about to be completed. So we really feel that at least the community, first of all, they plant these trees to ensure that at least they mitigate the effects of climate change. And later, so that the community would learn from that and they go back to their homes and plant trees, because one of the areas which we really need to do to make sure that we avert the dangers of climate change. Then through that fund also, we managed to make a district environmental change action. Those projects I've mentioned, we've managed to make. The land was donated by the community and the district. So really, we really feel that if the community continues to be part of these projects, we are yet to see good development coming from that. The community is also, as I said, it is still slow, because we are thinking that as we are planting these trees, because these trees were planted at the sub-county, along the roads, at health centers, at schools, but still we are seeing the community is still slow in picking and putting to example what they've seen. So which you really see that still we need to see what we really think that maybe our message is not coming directly to them. The way we package our message, still we need maybe to improve on that. Because when you see that the community is not taking it what we were telling it, then there's a possibility maybe with your message, how do you package your message? So we are still, with the technical team, looking at that to see how we can improve on the message which we are sending down to the ground. Then, of course, we need, what we have observed, much as we are telling the community to do tree planting, the rate at which we consume the wood is far, far higher than the amount of trees we are planting on the ground. Of course, which means now we need to look for alternative sources of energy as we are planting these trees. So really, that's a big task ahead of us, either reducing electricity tariffs or even gas tariffs. So it's really important. We need to look into that direction. Then, of course, another issue is enforcement. You know, enforcement, we are not doing very well. As for us, we're in local government, enforcement, we are not doing very well. Because really, if you look back very many years ago, if the chief would come and say, I want food for food security, people would comply. If not, you would be arrested. And people used to comply. So really, we need to also to improve on that enforcement. Because with the enforcement, you are going to achieve a lot. Because people will comply, because we know if there is a force behind them, they will need to comply.
Thank you. The last one, so we are going to come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Cow. I want to jump, Rehema, you give it to Mr. Paul, so that what you're going to say after him is going to be complementary to his. So, Mr. Paul, what tax policy efforts have you put in place in Uganda, for instance, to enhance, first of all, revenue mobilization, but also help us in counter issues related to climate change?
First of all, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the environmental and climate change issues, the mitigation and adaptation incentives and strategies are mainstreamed within, maybe unintentionally, but mainstreamed within the excess duty regime. Of course, we don't capture the full extent of the damage to the environment, and those are the things we need to develop together with the climate change unit, which my senior there works in. One of the particular issues we need to do is to be able to capture the carbon equivalent of the emissions and the damages caused to the environment, and be able to integrate that into the tax rate, or if the tax is specific, to make sure the specific tax captures that adequately. But beside that, we have currently and historically, we have had the hydrocarbon tax. This is taxes on plastics and petroleum products and packaging materials such as sacks and packets. We do charge an excise duty rate on these hydrocarbons. The challenge has been that plastics are a major input in our industrial activity, and we have to be careful how far we take the taxation of plastics. Balance the damage caused to the environment, but also balance it with our objective to be an industrial nation, and our objective to make sure our industrial output is competitive, both at the regional level and at the international level. So that's one of the few dilemma we are in, the extent to which we can punish or impose a cost on the externality caused by disposal of plastics, but also while balancing it with the idea that plastics are a major industrial input. You can see the bottles in front of us are made of plastics. The bottles at the door there, they are packaged in a plastic. So they are an important part of industrial competitiveness. And those are the things, as we mitigate and adapt to climate change, we also need to be careful that we are not reducing our competitiveness and other elements which come from the industrial sector, such as not only the growth or the output, but also tax revenue, but also employment and other things such as value addition. We also have an electric vehicle incentive. Initially we had it and then we removed it, but now we are thinking about putting it back after having a clearer perspective of how far our motor vehicle manufacturing is going to go. We have established that we are more competitive on the buses side and less competitive on the two-wheeler motor industry, that is the motorcycles, and the smaller cars, the smaller sedans. We are less competitive there. That's what we have established. Given that, we are likely to remove the import duty on the two-wheeler and the sedan, and then impose an import duty, retain the import duty on the buses, because now we are, if not, I'm not so sure, but I think we are the leading bus producer in Africa. We have orders already, I think 4,500 pieces in South Africa. West Africa has also ordered about 5,000 units. So we are poised to be a leading electric bus producer in the coming future, in 1 or 2 years. We already have the prototypes. I think you've seen them on the street, the Kayola buses and stuff like that. So that's one area which the tax system has helped promote by imposing an import duty to make sure Kira Motors is able, and other automotive producers such as Simba Automotive is able to produce those motor vehicles competitively. So that's one area we have supported using the tax system. We also have excess duty on cement and clinkers, which is a very a major source of carbon emission. We tend to change these regularly to adapt to inflation. However, you remember also cement is an input in the construction sector, and our construction sector has been growing rapidly. You have seen a lot of floods. Although we feel there's a scope for creating more affordable housing, because a lot of the housing we are seeing are on the luxury front. Nevertheless, we are reducing the deficit on the housing. We have a 2.5 million deficit in housing, and that is growing every year. We need to build 2.5 million more houses so that every Ugandan, at least those in the urban areas, are housed in a decent housing. But we have to combine that with the controlling of pollutants such as clinkers, which is a major element and input in cement. So you see the other challenge. We also have been incentivizing through the negative tax or through exemptions of waste disposal and renewable energy projects, particularly the Bujagali Energy Project. We just we exhausted the 10-year tax holiday. Last year, I think it went through Parliament again on exemption on excise duty and a renewal of another 10-year tax holiday. And that keeps our electricity production low. It's not as low as we would wish it to be, at 5 cents per kilowatt, but it's in the range of 65 to 85 cents, US cents. This is US dollar per kilowatt, and we hope to bring it down as we bring in more players. Through solar energy production and production of renewable energy through using waste material from Chitezi, the one which is being dumped in Chitezi. Very soon you will see we are encouraging developers from the Scandinavian world to establish a treatment plant in Namave through a 10 to 15-year tax holiday, which will enable them to establish a plant there, which will convert waste material generated, especially in the urban areas, into electricity. And that electricity will be distributed to the industrial hubs in Namave. So you see we are killing two birds with one stone. However, it will just resolve 10% of the problem. We, I think, generate about 750 megatons of waste per year. That factory is able to convert about 10% of that into electricity. So we need more factories of that kind, which will convert waste production into electricity or other things we could use in the economy. So that's one way we are encouraging adaptation and mitigation of climate change. I think I will stop there for now.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, Paul, for that. As you're giving it to Rema, you can help us also to give us your perspective later on the state of play when it comes to the polluter pay, the perspective, but also to Mr. Mugaga, how much locally raised revenue is allocated to fight against climate impact in your area beyond the locale. Rema, you have heard. Did you feel there are some gender-related aspect when it comes to the tax policies of Uganda, and which approaches can the government of Uganda take into consideration when it comes to issues of fiscal policy, but also even fighting climate change?
Yeah, thank you, MC, for that wonderful question. Yeah, I've heard from the previous speakers, I've heard from Paul, I've heard from the representative from the local government. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to understand the fact that when it comes to women and climate change, the issue is really serious, and women are disproportionately affected, or they disproportionately contribute to this particular issue. Let me first of all talk about issues of livelihood. We know we have so many women in the agriculture sector. We have over 3/4 of the labor force within agriculture contributed by women and girls, and especially at the very lower levels of the value chain, those participating in weeding, we have women in planting, we have women in harvesting. So when we have issues of climate change, of course, women are more likely to be affected compared to men, given that they participate in those lower value chain levels of agriculture. And this agriculture is mainly rain-fed, so if there is a drought, then it's the women who are going to be affected. Let's talk about unpaid care work. When we have a drought, when we have a flood, it's the women who are going to look for, to fetch the water from the well. We're going to have so many girls going to that well to fetch for the water. When it's time for cooking, it's the women who are going to look for the firewood. We have more girls participating in these kind of activities compared to boys and men. What about assets and finance? We know that women in Uganda have less access to assets like, let's say, land titles. It's basically, we have more men owning land titles, a bigger percentage of men. So this speaks to access to finance. And in terms of access finance, why I'm talking about this is because when you have access to capital, when you have money with you, when you're liquid, it means you can actually, you stand more chances of being resilient when it's time for a flood, when it's time for a drought. Women-headed households could be more resilient if they had access to finance. And we understand government has done a lot. There are several initiatives that government has really put in place to ensure that women are brought to the forefront when it comes to climate change issues. For example, I will talk about when we look at tax incentives like the ones Mr. Lakuma talked about. We understand some of you may have benefited from these clean cooking energy initiatives, like these green stoves that government is serving out, but also the gas cylinders that have been distributed. So far, about 10,000 households in Uganda have benefited from these gas cylinders. We know that this gas cylinder is very expensive. It costs about 200 to 300,000 when you're buying it first time. But then remember, you have to refill. So when you buy it first time and then you have to refill, the cost is even much higher. And government came in now to distribute these at no cost or at a very low price. So remember, some of you could have benefited from this, but this initiative is one of those that is helping out women in terms of when it comes to cooking. Instead of using firewood, someone would rather go for that cleaner cooking option. The issue of electricity generation that Mr. Lakum again talked about, we know that if women can really adapt to some of these options and they stop using, cutting down trees, using the firewood, and use maybe electricity in terms of cooking for cooking purposes, that means the use of cleaner energy will enable us to use less and less firewood, which reduces on the number of trees that are being cut. The representative from the local government mentioned that we have more trees being cut compared to the trees they are planting. So who is using these trees? What are they being used for at local government levels or at household level? They're being cut down to use them for, cooking as firewood. So for us to reduce on the number of trees we're cutting down for that particular purpose, then this is where clean cooking energy approaches come in from. For example, use of electricity, the use of the gas cylinders that the government is distributing. I understand the refilling could be a little expensive, but it's much better and cheaper for you to refill after having the cylinder with you than to buy the cylinder itself and then do the refill. So government is coming in to incentivize women to use those cleaner cooking options. And then we have what Mr. Festo talked about, what we call the 2025 National Green Taxonomy and other initiatives by the government. For example, the National Climate Finance Strategy 2025-2030. All those are initiatives that government is putting into place. How do these speak to women? How do they speak to gender? Of course, when you look at the National Climate Finance Strategy, you will note that there is a gender-responsive component embedded in there with explicit gender targets. For example, at least 30% of the investments mentioned in that strategy are targeted at initiatives or activities that benefit women. You may want to get more information from that document. Please look at it. You'll see that there is particular focus for women. And I mentioned earlier that if women are not at the forefront of this fight against climate change, then we're going to lose it out all. There are so many other initiatives. For example, when you look at, maybe he asked what more do we need to do. For example, when you look at the tracking, the expenditure tracking that he talked about, one may wonder, do we have a gender component? Like, do we have a component that shows how much of this expenditure is actually going to be trickled down to women-centric or women-specific initiatives or activities or livelihoods? That kind of thing needs to come out so that we can know that there is particular attention that's being paid to women or girls when it comes to issues of climate change. We need to use data, that kind of data, if they're doing the tracking. We need to use it. We need to conduct research and find out, are women and climate resilient sectors benefiting from these initiatives? So it should go beyond just having the initiatives in place, but making sure that we also track down the impact of these initiatives, especially to the girl child. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to Mr. Joel. You have had some perspectives on the issues of women and the fact that you are coming from that institute which is more focused on issues of gender. We would love to know the strategies you have put in place towards gender responsive. First of all, fiscal policy, because you're supposed to be collaborating with the Minister of Finance, but also even those aspects of gender which you think that you have put in place, which you have put in place to address issues of climate change in the communities.
Thank you so much, moderator, and I think I'll rejoin basically what the deliberations have been made by my colleagues. I was down there, Mr. Moderator, and I was reading some notes. I checked on some facts and figures before I talk of the topic at hand. On displacement, if you see, women and girls are 80% of those that are forced from homes by climate-related events increasing. That increases poverty, violence, and GBV issues. This is I saw from a document from EPRC. If you see, also there is a document which is saying 70% of women poor are women, which makes them more vulnerable to climate shocks like droughts, floods that affect their food and the collection of fuel they need. Under food and water, women always bear the burden of increased time and effort needed for water collections and food production at home for domestic use, which shows that there is one study which says in case of floods or drought or whichever, it increases women's time by 9 hours before they can effectively, if the other way around had not happened. Then under health, it's saying women in Kampala slums, actually 21%, experience moderate to severe climate anxiety. You remember, women are more worried of the climate-related hazards that come in, and many others which I have been reading down here. So it means the issues of women, gender, inclusive fiscal policy, and financing of the climate adaptations projects are very key in this context. My colleagues, actually a friend from the colleague from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development already mentioned a number of these. Government of Uganda has already developed the National Climate Financing Strategy 2025 going up to 2030. This is the first of its kind, and in there it has well-laid strategies and actions that government is committed to achieving within this period to ensure that women who are the majority, I talked about 80% affected by issues of climate, are strongly supported to ensure that they are not victims of extreme hazards and shocks. I'm going to mention one policy, which is the Gender Equity and Equality Climate Finance. It's a policy and a tool which is being used, the Gender Equity and Equality Climate Financing Checklist, where gender, I didn't mention this early, women in every ministry, department and agency, we have a gender focal point person in all, whether they go to Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Water, Ministry of any other ministry, and all these departments and agencies, we have the gender focal point person who are who is supposed to ensure that issues of women, issues of children, when we talk about women, we talk about children as well, are not left out in government programming. All the projects, Gender Ministry and Ministry of Water have been working so closely to ensure that issues of water, issues of environment, fuel, forest, women are not left out. Ministry of Gender, they work collaboratively to ensure that no projects, no interventions are not pro or supporting directly the women. Also, this gender GEE climate financing checklist looks at women participation in all these projects we've been talking about. Where are the women in them? My colleagues from Ministry of Finance have already talked about all this, and somewhere I saw a data showing women's participation in them, and women having conferences. These are all as a result of collaboration between the Ministry of Gender and the MDAs of government, and also aligning them to the national plan. We are in NDP4, and all these interventions which my colleagues have talked about, Ministry of Gender has been working very closely with all these departments and to ensure that in their programming, issues of women are taken as priority or are included in all those projects. Let me talk about the institutional setup. We've already talked about this, Climate Finance Trust. My colleague from Finance, the previous presenter, already talked about it. There is already a unit that is already set up and is in the Ministry of Finance that is handling this financing of climate issues, which directly affect women. And they work, I mentioned the focal point person at the Ministry of Gender, who is at the top of ensuring that all these interventions are being managed or is giving advice and technical expertise in ensuring that all this financing is gender responsive. Capacity building, Ministry of Gender has also done a lot in capacity building, working especially to enhance technical skills of staff to ensure that the issue of finance of climate issues is technically handled. It's just like at home. You can say you may not see it as a technical issue or something that needs skills to or knowledge to budget for women. I mean, for issues related to finance. But Ministry of Gender has been working very closely with the MPS to ensure that this is done, and also ensuring gender mainstreaming in all government projects within government and at national and at local government level. Ministry of Gender at district level are represented by each district is supposed to have a gender officer who is supposed to support, give technical expertise and oversight in the implementation of government programs, more specifically on issues of climate financing. Maybe last, I want to share a project that has come up. I work for the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. Recently, Ministry of Gender worked with the GIZ and the Ministry of Energy to support women who have been, we've supported over 23,000 women projects in the country. And through that partnership, we've come together to see, assess out of these so many groups we've supported, how many are into the green sector. And we developed a project called Women Economic Empowerment for the Green Transformation, where we have so far mapped over 600 women enterprises across the country, and we are going to work closely with them to support them and also to give them like an incentive where if your business is green, you are supported through partnership with UNBS, with all these, with UR, to ensure that you are registered, you are you get a quality mark, your products value is added, and you are supporting or financing or paying tax which are green, the green tax. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I can send that one to the Honorable. And maybe you will also try to give us your experience, because what we have seen most of the time, there are good policies and strategies in place, but the challenge is on implementation. And my colleague from the climate finance unit talked about decentralizing. Is it climate related? And you find that when we are saying decentralizing, it doesn't follow resources. How is it, and how have you prepared to make sure that this is implementable at all level? Honorable Alex, you are a honorable member of parliament, and we know in Uganda, if you cannot represent yourself, you nominate someone to represent you. But also you have a number of hats on your head. The issue is, how have you legislated when it comes to issues of putting in place progressive domestic resource mobilization strategies in line with the ministry, but also when it comes to issues of climate change? And from your position as a legislator, what do you see happening and what can be done?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and colleagues. The role of members of parliament was the subject matter given to me. And I'll straight away go to that and coin it with what you really want to put across. You know, before I go into the sordid details of all this, we need to look a little bit back and see, what are we talking about? We're talking about climate change. We're talking about how do we mitigate the effects of climate change. How do we go around all this mess? Who caused this, or who is causing all this? A story is told of this man who was traveling for the first time in a bus from Tsoro. I don't mean Festo. I also have origins from those areas. For the first time, this man was traveling to Kampala in a bus. And you know how they travel, of course, in a bus. You've all traveled in a bus. Those of you who have been like me, you're seated, there's a seat also in front of you. And for this man, he thought that this other whole handle in front of him of another chair was the one supposed to use to push and pull when you are going up the hill or sloping down a hill or making a corner, maneuvering a corner. So this guy, from the word go in a bus, he was pushing, you know, through those hills of Kisoro towards Kabare, and after Kabare towards Ntungamo, he was pulling. He became very exhausted. By the time he reached in the Masaka, Ruengo area, where there are those other corners, the fellow was completely dead, exhausted. Meanwhile, he was looking at his neighbors. They were laughing, enjoying small drinks here and there. So he got frustrated, stood up and said, "Hey, look here, everybody. I am not going to suffer alone. All this time we have been having fun. Me, I have been controlling this bus, pulling, pushing, maneuvering these corners when you are all just there seated. No, I'm also going to let it pass. If we are to die, let us all die." What lesson do you learn from that in as far as climate change is concerned? We are not going to handle everything, every study detail on climate change alone. Everybody has a responsibility. we've started seeing deniers, climate change deniers. America, big people. China has kept quiet as if it is not a polluter. Russia does not make not even a single sentence. Europe, which started it all, you can see how they are dilly-dallying. I think it's a high time we started engaging as a race, a human race. It involves you, me, our children, and everybody else in the world. But others are looking aside. Should we also look aside? That's a question for you, me, and others. Talk about this. It's now connected to that. Is the notion that these polluters should be the one to pay for this. Another story. This time is from Kwale. This fellow is an arrogant man. This fellow goes around beating everybody in the neighborhood. Slap, kick, you foolish man. Until some two members of the community say enough is enough, you can't continue harassing us. They take him to court. In a court, of course, he was found culpable and was fined 200,000 shillings for beating two people. Said, 200,000 shillings? Said, okay. Madam, get me that 200,000 shillings out of the 1 million I have. Get. He pays. Down payment. Out of the courthouse, he says, now you guys, now that I have known how much it costs to beat each one of you, you are going to see me now. What do you get out of that in relation to the polluters? So I also don't agree that we should put all our efforts and our expectations onto these polluters. They have a way they can go around it. Even if they are affected, they are more resilient. We are not. So that means now, ties now my story to the first one, should all get now back together as a region. So, to the story now of a member of parliament. It's a common story. Members of parliament. There are about 54,000 members of parliament in the world. If you have worked, been with, or you are a friend to a member of parliament, these are very highly opinionated people from my own experience. They think they can do anything on earth except changing man into a woman or a woman into a man. One time, actually, one member of parliament from Soga region, in a big meeting in State House, tried to convince HE, the president, that, sir, we can do this. Nothing will happen. And the president was saying, surely, is that possible? Said, Your Excellency, I'm a lawyer. There's nothing a member of parliament can't do except changing man into woman. Even that one, if we put our heads together, we can do it as members of parliament. We all laughed, and indeed, when we tried to do it, it burned our fingers. I remember, I don't know whether Mr. Honorable Kibaria, you were in that meeting. You might be knowing exactly what I'm talking about. But it has ever happened. So that's what I am going to take you through very, very quickly. Members of parliament, the roles. Many people think we can do anything, everything. It's not correct. We do just about 3 simple roles. One, we legislate. You see members of parliament sponsoring motions, sponsoring the laws here and there. We do legislation. And in the process of legislating, we also have concerns. We legislate for the good governance of the people. And on this particular subject matter, climate change, we put even in place a committee, a full committee of Parliament, a standing committee of Parliament to ensure that issues related to climate change and its financing are properly handled. But I don't agree the way it is being implemented. For instance, I wouldn't like finance to be the lead. Maybe local government. That's why I liked his presentation. Action doesn't take place here. Action is at the local level. I was a cow, by the way. For all the time I've been in the government, I was a member of the executive as a cow. Everything takes place in districts. Why don't we disburse these funds to districts directly? Instead of blaming them, you are not putting, where is the money? How much money have you put there? Money is spent in the Secretariat, Minister of Finance, Secretariat, Minister of Gender, Secretariat, Minister of Water and Environment, you know. Yet an environment officer at the district level doesn't even have a bicycle. Oh, action, action, action. Very good speeches, very good English, semanticizing everything. Doesn't work like that. Let's be very practical if we are to make sense out of it. So for us, we do legislation. We do not do any activity. Last night, I was watching somebody trying to rebuff. Somebody had claimed, you are a member of parliament for such a long time. We have never done A, B, C, D. Member of parliament was saying, but do I have any budget to implement anything? There is none. That's your member of parliament, you see. If you see a member of parliament getting money from his pocket, giving it to anybody, contributing to anything, it's part of his 5.4 million shillings, which is a salary. The rest of the big money that they receive is allowances for transport, for fuel, town running, and accommodation. They're not supposed to be accommodated. That's accommodation. And when you come to calculate it, it's there. You're supposed to go to your constituency 3 times in a month. They give you that money. Does Biarugaba go to? If he doesn't, you can ask him. But to say, why don't you build this school? But I legislated, I went into, I was on a budget committee, like my colleague sits on the budget committee, I am on education, the other one is on finance, the other one is on, I'm on national economy to mobilize loans. That's all I'm supposed to be doing. So I wanted to say, one of the principal roles of members of parliament is to legislate, and we have been trying to do that through legislating for the good governance of the people. And on this particular subject matter, we've even created another one is we put in place a contingency fund. I was talking to my friend, Mr. Wazira. That money, Minister of Finance, do you really put it to the use it is meant for? If you were to tell these people the truth, because I don't want to reveal those sordid details, they are not necessary for me as a member of parliament, but you can tell us. You tell these people that this money is misused, misdirected by members of parliament. Is it we? It's you. Thank you. 3% of the budget. Okay, if it is 81 trillion, what is 3% of that? How much money has been given to Isinjiro? Out of that, how much money has been given to Arua? Don't they have any disasters to mitigate, or at least, something like that? A contingency fund. Another issue is to do with budget appropriation. Budget appropriation, many people, I inclusive, I had misunderstood it. Until the other day when the president said, hey, look here guys, you are driving in a wrong lane. Honorable Kibali and my colleague, you are all there. We worked out on a very good budget. The executive presents us their proposals, then we'll go now through it, through these sectors. May I handle budget, sectors under the presidency, 11 sectors. So we're trying to say, no, this money is a waste. You heard us. Why do you put money to do ABCD? They think money for the president is to put on suits and what have you. No, there are many others. You have been talking about it. You talked about the buses. Where does that money come from? From that particular subject, presidency, and many others. So we budget, but we are not the last people on the budget. We can only tackle, change, redesignate some money within a particular program. If it is education, an MP is not supposed to get money from education sector to gender. No. You can only shuffle some money within that particular program, that sector. We made a mistake and went out of our way to allocate money. We want 100 schools. We want so many ambulances. But where are you getting the money? For us in the executive, we are saying we can only afford 10. Why do you want 230? We can't. That's when you remember, if you can remember, we had worked on a budget, concluded it. After 1 week, the president returned the whole damn thing. Said, you must go back to my original plan. Because my plan is in accordance with the... You talked about it. Even you talked about it. We found ourselves on a wrong foot. So that's why I'm still saying a member of parliament is not absolute in as far as his operations are concerned. The third is the oversight. Of course, this one goes directly. You have seen members of parliament overseeing the work on various programs and projects in various sectors. You have seen them going out even in the field. Some even go out of the country to look at your programs and projects. For instance, those who sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we have been having huge projects in Burundi, very fantastic project in Burundi, in Kigali, Rwanda, in Nairobi. Our house was recently burnt. They had many good things. They don't go there to enjoy to see the purpose for which your taxes are being used. It's oversight. And most of these oversight committees, like for instance, Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, Public Accounts Committee, Local Government, Government Assurances, and there's another fourth one. There's a fourth one. They are all, state enterprises. They are all chaired by the opposition. And finally, final role is the representation. Representation, to represent people. Do you talk to people? Do you go 3 times in your constituency? At least once in a while. 3 times, because you are given money to go to your constituency 3 times in a month. Some go, I think some stop along the way. I don't know what happens, but we expect them, you should expect them to visit those people and find out the problems in as far as climate change is concerned. How are they being affected by the climate change problems? Finally, I think you've talked about it all. First of all, you did a good job, much as you didn't provide figures like my colleague was saying, but I appreciated your outline was spot on, and next time I'm sure those figures, you can even present them, and I'm sure you have them. Present them to him and to members so that we can partake of them. As far as members of parliament are concerned, we are doing our utmost best to ensure, one, that this very little money available is put to the right use. But sometimes we have those problems. Problems of corruption, problems of misuse, problems of even you local governments. Sometimes you are given money to do something, to say, plant trees, you don't. You concentrate on those other areas that have quick results to show. And that one I know also, if there is no tomorrow, you sometimes say, the president calls it cham-cham. If there isn't too small cham-cham, it can wait a bit, then eventually the program stops because it is on demand. You use the money and you get more money. If you don't utilize it in time, you don't receive the same next time around. So I think the role of, as a member of parliament, as members of parliament, as parliament, it is doing its very utmost best, except that there are those other shortcomings of corruption, lack of capacity to utilize these funds, and also misdirection of the funds sometimes, and also inadequacy of the funds, which is very unfortunate. And also misprioritization. Do we prioritize climate change? You people, all of you, especially in local governments, do you honestly prioritize climate change funding? No. No. That's a fact on the ground, sir. They do not prioritize climate change. It's a by the way. So we need also to emphasize that one as much as possible. So as to summarize, honestly, our role is one, to advocate, to oversee, to recommend, and sometimes please, sometimes you do not overblow our egos. Do not think that members of parliament are so excessively important. You know, when they are, like now they are campaigning, vote for me, Biarugaba. I'm telling you, I'll move Africana Hill from Africana area up to Nakasero. I'll move these problems. No sooner have you entered that house, you see, than you realize, and I have given you examples. Do not ask me many questions. I've given you examples. Then you realize that you cannot even move a pebble. You know, a pebble is a small stone like this. That's when you enter. That's when you realize that you cannot, as a member of parliament, sometimes you cannot move even a pebble from one place to another. A pebble. It is as hard and as difficult and as complicated as that. Most of you are very political, you know it. And I'm sure I have in one way or another, I've talked in tongues, in parables. I didn't want to be very direct. We are doing our best. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable, for the sharing. Can we give them another round of applause for that? Please, thank you. I wanted to give Honorable Chivalia a space to share with us something on climate financing and that, if possible, just 4 to 5 minutes before we get to the questions. You might find that in your sharing, even you can raise some questions. Honorable, allow me to attack you for that. Please. So members, you can prepare your questions. You can prepare your questions, and as you are asking, direct those questions to the person you want that person, the question to be responded on. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you, my brother. For those of you who are meeting this colleague of mine for the first time, he's a very, very jolly person, and you will enjoy him. But I need to join colleagues in thanking the panelists, and collectively we thank our colleague, Honorable Biarugaba Alex. He didn't tell you that he was the chairperson for natural resources for many years. Not 1, not 2, not 3 years, but many years. So he is in the right place. To do these colleagues justice, the members of parliament are here. Not so. And most of the answers are with them, and most of your questions are with them. When they are outside there, you are always having different questions. What are members of parliament doing? What are members of parliament helping us with? members of parliament are not doing anything to help us. Whether the issue is climate change challenges, whether the issue is eating your taxes, because now I know you all think that there are members of parliament that take your taxes. Not so. To be very fair, isn't it what is in your mind? All the problems of people seated here are caused by members of parliament. You will not find anybody in this country, Uganda, who is sleeping hungry because of his or her own making. It's because of the member of parliament, either from his place or nearby his constituency. So I wanted to use the 5 minutes. I'm part of CEATIN, but there are colleagues that you have never interacted with. After they have shared with you, each will share my 5 minutes. Then I will use the last. I will begin with the current chairperson education. We have the chairperson education committee, Mr. Honorable James Kubekteria. He has been at it. He has been a teacher for many years in serious schools. So the areas we are in, he has something to tell us. Yes, after him, then he will come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kibaria, and thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Kubekteria James. I represent Bunya County East. I come from the Busoga region, but I would like to give a disclaimer. I'm not the one who said that members of parliament can perform wonders. I'm just saying that. Now, on this subject, environmental or climate change is here to stay, so we should look for long-term solutions. I was thinking as an education rather than having a blame to the members of parliament. Why don't you say that right from the beginning, from primary, as we look at the curriculum review, let's implant this in the curriculum. That beginning from primary, it should be packaged in such a way that somebody growing up will know. Because I first saw environmental economics at, say, postgraduate. That's when it is handled. But we should begin that way and ensure that we are inciting the younger generation, that will be putting people to task to know where we are going, because climate change is here to stay. So that would be a very good thing, that we are planting that discipline into the children, and we'll be putting a task to the leaders that be. And that's why that after creating this act, the local governments, of course, are supposed to implement. But with all fairness, I'm sure that they can even forget about climate change for even 5 years as they implement. So in a way, Honorable Yarugaba, you can make another amendment and say, you should give a time period and give a condition that local governments, as long as money is disbursed, so much must be given, and we should always be having those reports. It can really work. Because environmental change, how do you call environmental change in Bunyankore, Honorable Yarugaba? So you may find that others even may not have it in their own vocabulary. So let's do it that way, and I'm sure we shall be moving forward, because climate change is here to stay. Then to the other group that thinks it is we who have created the dangers to our environment. I don't know who manufactures cars in most cases that pollute the air. Is it Ugandans? The answer is no. So, as we shift blame to the African continent, something must be done on the other side. I thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Muhammad David, Member of Parliament for Mwenga North, Chinjojo District. I'm also, I head the Federation for Avocado Farmers. It's called the Ghana National Avocado Farmers Federation. I'm a national chairperson. In that federation, we push for avocado planting, for money, and also to support the climate issues. I can't say much after our seniors spoken, Honorable Yarugaba. You know, he has been Parliament for many, many years, as I said earlier, and he's so much technical. I can't do much. But I wanted to maybe share a few things, two things. Number one, that as we push for, as we emphasize for, to maybe plant more trees and whatever, we have a challenge in the villages. Our people are somewhat complicated. In my nice parliament, I've been parliament for 2 terms now, and in my nice parliament, I was pushing for cocoa growing and coffee in my constituency for 2 reasons. One, for people to get money and also to get support the climate issues. But people would challenge me. They say, this is your man, you have brought your coffee, and the coffee was for free seedlings. People would receive coffee seedlings, go and dump them on the way, or just throw them away. They want to rent the cash, not even trees. We even have the nurseries for tree seedlings, eucalyptus, the local trees, the indigenous trees from NFA. But people don't want to plant. And as somebody said from here, the cow, that we are cutting more trees and we are planting grass. That's the idea. In the village, they are cutting so many trees for firewood, for everything. But the issue of planting, they don't want to plant. Actually, they are always pushing for the gazetting forest reserves so they can plant more food. Where I come from in Chenjojo, we have so many forest reserves. But they keep asking you, these are for what? Why can't they gazette them? Give us this forest and we plant what? Kasori, maize and what and everything. So it's a challenge. And this time I've been promoting avocado growing also for 2 reasons. One, maybe 3 reasons. One, for food. 2, for support the environmental issues, and for money. But now they called me avocado MP in my area. They even campaigned me. They said this man, instead of bring us good things, he bring avocado trees. And those trees, we push the government to put money to put like a subsidy. So the farmers would pay 70% of the money, and the government will pay 70%, and a farmer pays 30% as co-funding. But they couldn't pay even. They said, I want for free. But even when I said as a member of parliament, I'm substituting the 30%, I will pay for you the 30%. They said, I'll put avocado for what? We can't plant avocado, we don't have land. The land we have is limited. I would just tell them, you plant in the boundaries. Don't plant in the whole land, just plant in the boundaries, put in the compounds. There will be shade trees and also get some money. But they can't plant. A few of them will plant, but I can say that 80% are not interested until later on, when people are earning money, when some people are getting some money, they will be encouraged to plant later. So it's a challenge. Well, my own way too, I would just encourage that we do more, we do more talking. We go on radios, we go to the public, we speak for these issues. Other people are really less interested. 2, as this Okawa said earlier, we must push for cheap power, cheap gas, cheap maybe and so people can get, we can use the alternative source of power or firewood than cutting more trees. But as of now, we have a challenge in Uganda, maybe in the whole world, I don't know. But in our communities, we have a big, and I've been an example. I've been on it. I've been promoting tree growing, but it's a big challenge. Thank you very much.
Donald has left, so we can't have him, but at least you have heard from the 2. And as I said, whenever members of parliament are amidst us, I want to have them out so that you look at them and you see people that are making your families suffer. It's the reality. If you don't know, outside there, never be lied that the public looks at us as friendly people. The public looks at us as people that are making them suffer. Even in the climate issues that we are addressing here, to them they believe if Parliament was straight, possibly we would not be going through what we are going through. Possibly if the members of Parliament came to realize and know that the problems of this country are all centered on that building, maybe we would change the way we are looking at things. Maybe we would change our approach. Maybe we would wake up and convince the public
that when we are invited to Entebbe, we have the audacity to say no to the president. But the moment we are invited to Entebbe, people know very well that that is now a done deal. They have gone to seal it all. Our fate is now sealed. You get it. When we go to Parliament, they are seated there. I'm only happy that today I've not had, I was seated there, imagining that Honorable Biaruhanga was going to talk about the loan that we passed 2 days ago. But nobody has talked about it. You are going to that there is a loan in history that passed 2 days ago. We are here talking about climate change. Is it going to address climate change? It's about the oil. They are going to dig Simanyi pipes to go to the reservoir in Jinja, Simanyi in Kampala, set up, improve reservoirs where a very big, now we are here about resource mobilization. I had Hilda getting worried about the loans. If she discovers in just this month and the last month the money that we have acquired, the debt that we have now acquired, you can't imagine. You people will have sleepless nights. Let's go back to the topic, resource mobilization to address climate change. What annoys is that people that go to US, to New York, to sit in these conferences are the same people that come back here and participate in destroying the environment. They go to New York, they sit in these conferences. This conference is there every year. They come up with measures. Everybody is sounding alarm about the climate change that is becoming a monster now. But they come back and settle the wetlands. People build in wetlands. They fill them. And luckily enough, those ones are not taxed. Where they get their money, you can't know. But they are not taxed. They will only look for the few people and tax them. You get it? So how do we mobilize the resources to address the challenge that we have? I was happy when Cow was here. My only concern is that the districts are not doing enough to address the issues of climate change. We have it at the headquarters. We have it here at the central government. But you will not sit in any meeting, or you will not be on TV or any radio or newspaper and hear that in the morning or the other day, the districts sat, you have your local government, something, the body that handles the district issues, they sat and came up with a formula. If you go and plant trees in the district, the best they will do is to destroy them. I'm lucky that for you in your area, you said you are planting trees. Look for a district in Busoga that has ever woken up to plant trees. We had the Chabazinga initiative to plant trees. When we were planting, they were asking us, who is going to pay those ones that will be watering the trees? In the next 1 month, all the trees were not there. The Chabazinga program. The other day we had the ESCOM, these guys that were responsible for power here at our dam. Was it ESCOM? ESCOM. They brought us a program to mitigate climate change. And one of them was planting trees, then they were handling garbage, then pollution. All the trees that were planted were either cut when they were young, or people tied cows and goats around them. Wherever they were, you get it. So that is where we are. How do we mobilize the resources to mitigate? Because the issue of adaptation of climate change is tricky to me. I have issues with adaptation. I want mitigation. How do we really address it? We have these investors that come. But when you tell investors that one of the areas of corporate social responsibility that you can do, help us to tame the pollution that you are going to cause around here. Those guys will come, and the best they will do, they will buy some few mathematical sets and a few books, visible smaller books, and donate it to the nearby school. They will walk away with the money, and destroy the environment. When you take them to court, you will not manage. But here we are, they are either coming to set up a cement factory, they are coming to set up a sugarcane factory. The sugarcane factory will emit all that funny gas, the loud, it will pollute the whole environment. They will pour water, license and so on, in the whole area. The whole grass and the whole environment will be destroyed. But when you want to say they save the environment, the little they will say, they will be telling you, we pay taxes. The taxes come to the central government has its policies, but we, the people that make the policies, are the same people that abuse those policies and laws, because we are untouchable. Alex said, one MP said, the members of parliament can do anything apart from manufacturing a lady. But where that man lost, he was in the other parliament, the 10th parliament, and lost the elections. Maybe because God cast him, I don't know. But that meeting was bad because it was against Ugandans. You get it? Me, when you people are tough and hostile about MPs, I sympathize with you. It's good I sit in parliament and I know what happens. What hurts me is that people know the right thing are the same people that are not there to do the right thing, but instead make you suffer. The only challenge is you don't look at the technical people who participate in making you suffer. You only look at the MPs. I wish you were looking at everybody who is participating in the whole chain of your suffering, so that the MPs take their portion, but even the technicals, because these people craft these laws. You will not find any MP, anyway, they are there that own the wetlands, but some of these other guys, we look at the money that is supposed to be waste management here. Everybody passing around. Now it rained. Whoever moved in the morning must have seen litter poured in the trenches, poured everywhere, either on the road. We have these big vehicles that collect garbage, so on and so forth. I don't know who owns that company. I don't know how much tax they pay when they are collecting garbage and where they pour the garbage. That whole cycle. You see, the challenge is we are supposed to mobilize resources, but the rightful people that are supposed to cough and pay this money are not paying. The guys that own most of these big factories, most of these investments, mining, so on and so forth, they collect the money, but they don't pay taxes. If it's from the foreign country that we don't want to mention, you'll hear he has a tax holiday of 10 years. By the 10 years, somebody who went to primary one, when the person had a tax holiday of 10 years, will come and work in the same company when the tax holiday is still working, still operating, is still enjoying. You get it? Those that get tax holidays and the ones that own the investments that pollute the environment, but they don't pay taxes. Can we change the policy and the law that concerns these tax holidays, so that if we have to pay tax holiday, we know where we are exempting somebody. But somebody who is coming to pollute the environment, how can we make him enjoy the tax holiday? He's coming to set up a factory that is going to pollute our environment, that is going to affect us, that is going to cause issues. Now we say we are giving him tax exemption for 20 years. By 20 years, how much shall we have suffered? You get it? Now, are we going to look for money from the smaller man who is selling a cabbage around because he's pouring the bukutas of cabbage on the road? Are we going to get anything useful from that person? So we need to do some of these other things and see how best. There are areas that are funny, and there are many things that really destroy. The other day when that loan was really passing, I wish Ugandans knew. It's good. Alex is going to talk about that loan. They feared to bring it to our committee. Me and Alex sit on that committee of national economy. We had pain. So they feared to bring the loan in the committee. And the committee went straight to Parliament. And Parliament passed it. Yet you have a committee that is responsive, which is supposed to scrutinize. The people that are supposed to sit and say, no, this is right, this is wrong. We are also captives. But if we are accomplishing in the mission, then if you come and participate with us. But if you bypass us, then it means there is something you are fearing. But it's the biggest loan that has ever been acquired for one entity, one project, one program. But what is it coming to do? And it concerns the environment. Somebody was talking about oil. My brother said oil. They said oil will be coming out in next year, July 2026. I'm very sure, unless otherwise, I don't want to be quoted here. You see, this government has spies everywhere. They will be quoting that Chibala said this. But I'm very, very sure that my daughter who is in P6 will finish university when we have not enjoyed that oil. I'm very, very sure. Because the factors surrounding that oil are many. First of all, even building the pipeline that we are talking of, how much is it going to take and how long will it take us? Building that pipeline to where it's supposed to go, where you are even looking for money, whether you compensate Chibalia or you compensate Waiswa. You don't want to compensate Navidi, but you want to compensate somebody. There is a lot surrounding it, but we don't want to go there. We don't want to discuss issues of oil because oil is not ours. Oil belongs to some people who say it's my oil. So we don't want to go there. If you want peace, don't go in those areas of oil. But my issue is resource mobilization. How do we come together to mobilize the resources so that if we say our challenge today is to see how best we can promote agriculture because of this the long spell of sunshine, the drought which is taking many months, let's promote agriculture in this area by irrigation, or because of the charcoal that is, because of the fields and the fossils that are causing this and the other, let us promote solar energy. Because of the charcoal that they are cutting to burn charcoal and cutting trees everywhere, let us see how best we can see this gas coming in to subsidize. So how best can we come together collectively? But all this can wake up if one day Parliament said, we shall not debate unless the cost of gas is less than 10,000. If we can see one day Parliament closing and saying, we cannot sit to debate unless the cost of this is this amount of money. We cannot sit to debate unless factors that are causing this are these. So this can only happen if we collectively make it an issue. I was happy when one colleague here said that we must advocate, we must go on radios, it must be a topic everywhere, because most of these people in villages don't know the challenges and the fear when we talk about climate change, when we talk about disaster, when we talk about the environment that is being polluted, most of these people in villages don't take it as a serious issue. And they don't know, and they are not bothered. Now, for us who are agriculturalists, it's raining in December. But most of these crops were withered in October, in September, beginning of November. It was supposed to rain then, but it's raining now. For those who know seasons, what can you plant now to be eaten and harvested? Cassava can only be planted in some regions. There are regions that can't thrive on cassava, you get it? So, all these factors must be brought together. But our major concern is how do we mobilize the resources? The presenter was here saying 85% is from abroad, 15% is from within. How do we stay in a country where we can only mobilize the 15% to solve our problems? We are in a country, for us we can only afford to mobilize the 15 to handle our issues. 85 from abroad, and somebody told you here that we saw that some NGOs were closed when the outside world said we can no longer fund. Now, if at a particular moment they say they can no longer fund anything related to climate change in Uganda, we shall ban and get destroyed, because our 15% can't even solve the issues of Kamuli district. You get it? So can we wake up? Can we have the policy makers? Can we have whoever is concerned, the technical people in all the ministries and departments, as any GOs come to bring us together, to bring us to light? Because the role of any GOs is to cover that gap that government is failing to do. They are coming to tell us that there is danger here, there is a problem here. Now we have realized 85% is from abroad. When we go back as policy makers, when we go back as technical people, when we go back as the private sector, how are we going to cover, to reduce the 85% so that at least we go to 50 and the other side 50, so that in case there is a challenge, we can stand until God can come and save us. Let us stop wastage. Let us close the loopholes. All those loopholes in our tax policies, people take advantage of them and they evade the taxes. And the people who are evading taxes and the people who are earning the highest, who are generating a lot, who are owning these factories, all the big investments are owned by these people that are evading taxes, who don't want to pay taxes. So we need to wake up, see how best we can put government to task, see how best we can squeeze government. If they don't want to hear, collectively, let it remain our slogan. Eventually, one day they will hear that we need resource mobilization, and we must make sure we mobilize resources internally and solve the problem that is coming to destroy this generation even after we have left. My last word is, all colleagues who are here, everybody who is here, we are in the same age bracket. But wherever you are, whether at local government, you see, once at local government, they want to eat whatever is around them. My experience with the local government, with the due respect, Cow, they want to eat whatever is around them. And it has spilled over, or it has come from top to down, or from down to up, I don't know. So my last word is, let us stop behaving as if we are the last generation. There is a generation that is coming after us. Let us make sure we prepare for that generation to enjoy this country, to live in this country in a better way than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. Can we give them the three of them? Clap. Thank you very much. Members, we know that time has moved, so we are going to the questions. So as you are asking that question, be brief. Don't lecture. Be precise and clear, and direct it to the panelists. Is that okay? Let me start from gender. Your name and the person you are directing.
Thank you very much. My name is Martha Kataike. I hail from Taleja, and we always are having the floods. So I hope to see a member of parliament from our region. Unfortunately, it's a different story. I wish to pose a question. How many people in this facility have seen the clean energy, the gases, the green stoves in their area? By show of hand. Seen it being given to the community
community members. To the community members. By the government, because they spoke about clean energy. Here. So you can see the numbers. Given an issue that we are having, you know, Butaleja is a wetland. And all the water from River Manafa that comes from Bale sinks in because we are a low ground. And it has been on news for years. There's no intervention that has been put in place to fix this. So I do not know whether the gas is supposed to strategically be for other regions, but I expect that primarily, we being the more prone area to climate disasters, we would be on the top list. And then also...
The last one.
Yeah. I wish to convey my gratitude for the Member of Parliament and everybody who managed to come for this engagement. This speaks volume because you've represented your region well.
Thank you very much. Moses?
Thank you very much. Of course, I'm directing my question to the Member of Parliament. And I hope every one of you here agrees that Parliament is too expensive for citizens to run. Is it okay, for instance, members of Parliament agree that they forfeit the cars and perhaps they can use public means of transport, and that revenue can be channeled into, or can be saved for other pressing needs? Finance.
The last one.
Finance. Why are we concentrating on a single energy source and investing in so much? And yet we have the sun, we have the rain, we have the wind, we even have geothermal. To the cow, I'm interested in the types of trees you are interested in. Because tree seedlings now are very expensive. There are many diseases affecting these particular trees. Why do you think communities are not that much interested in those particular species of trees you give them, and yet they would love to look after fruit trees or medicinal trees?
Thank you. Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you, the previous speaker. My name is Andrew Bagwarao. Besides being a member group of the Tax Justice Alliance that has vehemently advocated for fair and effective tax justice, I'm also a Pan-Africanist writer. And in this regard, I'm posing my question to a consultant in the Ministry of Finance. And this is, I am seeking your comment on the emergence of EVs and the future demand for petroleum products that happen to be the major sources of government tax revenues. Because, and regarding your answer, why are you entertaining EVs when you are busy investing in production of oil? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Point taken. Yes, please.
My name is James Wire from Butaleja district.
Straight to the point.
I want to thank the panelists for the presentations. The Honorable talked about the challenge of not sending, there's a need to send money for the climate-related activities down to the districts. It's good we have a cow there. I've spent the past 15 years doing ombudsman work in Butaleja district, and I can assure you that the staff at the districts, nowadays we call them squirrels. They are no better than squirrels. Anything that comes, like groundnuts, they're just jumping for anything that comes down there. So until we can be able to address that leakage, don't waste any time sending money down there. I'm sorry to say that. Secondly, there's another honorable, I think we talked about resource mobilization for these climate activities. And I wondered, for how long are we going to continue crying about resource mobilization when we cannot even account for the little that we have? What has the little that we have done before we start running out there? I truly think that Uganda is like that spoiled kid that has been raised with a sense of entitlement. Anytime I do something wrong, mommy and daddy will come. And in this case, mommy is US. I'm glad Trump came. It's time for us to style up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Wamala, Nakusongola Town Council. Mine goes to the Honorable. Is this climate challenge only to Uganda, our region, or it's global? And if it is global, what are we doing on a global scene? Because as we sit here, even if we said that we mobilized the 21 billion, and someone said Russia and others have not, can our 21 billion change whatever other countries have done? And when it comes to today's theme, I'm looking at it as a way you are giving our people in parliament an excuse to introduce another tax. Because what so far we have discussed, and I would like to thank the last member of parliament who was presenting, they showed us that climate change, it is a political will. Not because of we don't have money, but if people in parliament and the executive, you can come up and say that this is what you want. We shall use the available resources to change whatever we can. But when we don't have that will from parliament and the executive, even if we mobilize whatever funds, there will be no change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bombo, please direct your question or clarification.
Yes, this is to Michael and the Minister of Finance. Besides the district grabbing whatever is available, there is also a claim that Minister of Finance takes long to send you money for implementation of these programs. And also, Minister of Finance is claiming that it is the bureaucrats at the district that delays the implementation of these activities. Kindly clarify, since both of you are here, so that we can understand as civil society organizations where we can start to help.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Brief, please.
Kasibande Charles Chibabile is my name, from South Uganda and Corruption Organization. Mine goes to honorable MPs who are here. Much as we are aiming at resource mobilization, how are we going to handle the presidential pronouncements that demobilizes revenue collection? I have an example of Masaka State. Masaka, we are collecting 58 million from tax packs per month, 14 millions from borders. But the president said, stop collecting revenue from tax packs and the borders. Now we are losing that amount of money, 58 million per month in Masaka, 14 from borders, yet you are talking of revenue mobilization. For honorable MPs, you want to be clarified. Are president's pronouncements orders? Do you pass them with acts in parliament? How are we going to handle?
Thank you, Mr. Kasibante. Mr. Mwanje.
Thank you very much. Godfrey Mwanje is my name. I'm from Masaka. Honorable MP, what do you have to say about what is continuously coming out from the ordinary people, saying the members of parliament are not useful to the ordinary people? Even when they want to say something in the interest of the people, the commoners, at the end of the day, government will take a great part of their group and it will finally rule out what the people would have otherwise thought. And what people are thinking now, they are saying, no, agenda, let them also go and eat a bit. is it a question of members of parliament now coming out also to eat something? Is it a question this season, this one, the other season, the other one? The ordinary people feel they are not being helped by the members of parliament. They said they can as well do without them. What do you have to say about this very pessimistic situation?
Thank you, Mr. Mwanje. Julius, please be brief.
Thank you so much. My name is Julius Arugu. I come from Suruti, and most especially Teso sub-region. In regards to climate change, we already have fear. Recently, we got a new variety of cassava called the narrowcast 1. When you plant it, it only takes 9 months and it starts rotting. With the trends of rain, it means every year you have to plant. Short of that, you are going to have the problem, and that is hunger. So what is going to happen? 2, as Teso, Soroti Diocese, the bishop has taken the initiative to make sure that whenever there is any funeral service, you are supposed to plant 3 trees and above. I think under the PPs, you should now adopt this system and support some of these initiatives that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Kakuru.
Okay, my question goes, I'm Kakuru Robert from Kabale, Chigezi, and I'm happy that the president, especially the researcher, my sister, when we were talking about climate change and how it affects women addressing the gender issue, I was saying you are really speaking the truth. And because our women are suffering in groups, also the Minister of Gender official talked about different funds that the Minister of Gender gives to different groups. So even women who are suffering, meeting those climate change challenges, accessing funds from the Minister of Gender like GROW. GROW is a dream. They speak about it, but if they ask you from my Kabale community down there about women who have access to the GROW funds, it is just a song. It is like a political song. So now when you mention of that man, even groups, there are women who are doing mushroom growing, doing that, they are there. But to get a women's group that has access to those funds from Ministry of Gender, so is it intended, so the question goes to you, sir, is it intended to control resources from the center so that they don't reach the communities to help the women and the youth and others? That one is a big, big problem. Then that's the one to my member of parliament, Bakunda, my brother. We come from same place, and I know you as a bold leader, really. We are proud of you as a member of parliament and your leadership. But I wanted to ask you the perspective of chairing the, is it presidential committee, parliamentary committee, affairs committee. Have you ever become bold the way we know? And you say, President, really, these ministers are very many, the budget is big. Really, RDCs, assistant RDC, twice RDC, this is huge budget. Now they have added mobilizers of RDCs, that big budget. Have you ever yourself said, no, this can't pass, Mr. President, it is a burden on the people of Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one?
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Moses Luvanga. My question, first clarification to Honorable Kubeketeria. You said climate change. We have a climate change education through the capacity thematic group. Go and investigate. There is climate change education. Go and look for it. Another issue from the Honorable Alex. You have failed your oversight role. We have no political will as far as climate change is concerned. When the president says evacuate, move out from wetlands, politicians will come in, either from the ruling party or from the opposition. They will politicize it, and the people will suffer. We need a political will as far as climate change is concerned. Another issue.
The last one.
Concern two issues. The local government, you said you are going to increase revenue. What lessons are you going to put on? Political, economic, or health issues to increase revenue as far as climate change is concerned? The last issue is about the care workers. I heard my sister Rehema saying, hitting about the health workers, but Minister of Gender has stubbornly refused through that climate thematic group to address this issue of the health worker, the care workers. We want this issue to be aired out by Minister of Gender, because they are the lead thematic lead. They are Honorable Masiko is the lead the focal person in thematic that thematic group, the gender, the issue of health worker, the care workers, and we don't want to levy a tax on them, because we are just advocating for care workers to be paid. But when we say again we got a levy on them, it will be a trouble on us.
Thank
who
you
are
very
advocating.
Thank you very much. I saw, because you're talking about gender, I saw two ladies here who their hands are up and they want to say something. Please be brief. Madame Ocolette and Madame Rose.
He has already mentioned my name.
Please mention it.
I am Constance Ocolette. I am Constance from Tororo. I'll talk about the workers. There's a low employment in agriculture sector in Tororo, because I, as a farmer, I go to those areas, I go to those offices to look for assistance, but they will tell you it is the person, the sub-county agriculture officer from municipal will come down to Kayoro, where I am. So you find one in one sub-county or one sub-county, two sub-counties not having those agric officers, but there's one agric officer in charge of 3-4 sub-counties. So there's no time for those people. To tell you the truth, there's no time at all for those people to walk around all this, because even they don't even have motorcycles. As somebody said, they don't even have a bicycle. Maybe the allowances, I don't know. But as the women at the grassroots, the farmers, me, I'm a farmer, we are suffering because of that. Now we're saying cassava. For us, we are growing cassava. We don't even know which variety we are planting. But for us, we are planting, we are eating. Eh? The sun comes, like of recent, there was heat for the last 1 month. It has spoiled everything. So next year, no food. Even right now, there is no food. We are now suffering because the cassava flour now is 2,300, whereby that local woman cannot afford. Eh? But we need these people. How about employment? You people in front there, I don't know who to do what. Now, secondly, you must not say that the burden is for the women. Actually, the men have left homes for the women to take charge. Most men have now gone away to live what? Women are the ones suffering with everything. Eh?
Thank you, Madame Ocolette.
So, please, help us there.
We give it to Madame Rosie. Please be as precise as
Thank
possible.
you. I'm Rosemary Taka. I hail from Kalangala, and I work with Kalangala District NGO Forum. I have two issues. The first issue goes to the Honorable and Minister of Finance. I heard the Honorable saying that among the roles they have a lot of allocation of funds. Yes. So I wanted to know, when it comes to salary of MPs, it is usually done very, very fast and the money is allocated. And you are saying you have adequate funds. Why is it that when it comes to allocation to buying cars and to salaries of MPs, it is done very fast and perfect? And when it comes to allocating these funds to other things, it is not there. The money is not there. And then next, in Kalangala, the project of palm oil came in and all the trees were destroyed. You didn't think of the climate change. And now, ladies who are working in the palm oil, why don't you finish the issue of the minimum wage to them? Because they have to use these alternative means of cooking, whereby they have to incur on their salaries to buy the gas they are supposed to use. But the minimum wage issue is still a problem, and they are not achieving anything from the project on that side. As Madam Coletta has said, and they are the ones feeding the families. The men ran away.
Thank you very much. You were supposed to be left out. If you have one question to ask.
Yeah, actually mine is not a question. Mine is an appeal to Ministry of Finance, where we have this facility for climate change. My name is Bahasha Beka. I'm the Research, Policy and Advocacy Officer for Kasita, Uganda, the Traders Association. My appeal to Ministry of Finance is to interest itself deeply into working with us on these matters. Because of recent, we suffered the fate. And we would be very happy to participate and be involved. It hasn't come through with us. I know in his presentation, he mentioned of private sector, but I think they need to be more intentional and our gates are open. If you say we need to look for you, for us we shall look for you, because we have suffered the fate and we've not recovered.
Thank you.
Up to now, no recovery.
Thank you, Bashir. Thank you. Can you take it to the last one? My sister from Tereko. The last one.
Thank you very much. I'm called Vico Pola. I've been listening to everyone's talk. Mine is a comment. I think I've not been dozing. Mine is, I think Ugandans are too intelligent that they have failed to put their intelligence into action. That is what I read with us, the Ugandans. We have very good policies. When the person from ministry here was presenting, he put so many policies being developed, even the national finance vehicle talking about then how they are raising revenues and so many other things. But for me, there are certain things that we could do that are less costly than looking about the money. How can we save energy in our homes? How can we mitigate some of these vices, like there's a lot of bush burning? How do we work around this? How do we handle the issues of poor farming practices? How do we emphasize this? How do we talk about these things of people are bringing so many used vehicles into the country? Why can't we, are these things, they can just be done minus using finances? We stop these vehicles from coming into the country. And then we reduce some of these things. We put ordinances that the country can use, that let's reduce on cutting of trees. And then we are good to go. But because we are not doing this, we are talking of how we can do the bigger things where there's a lot of money to be used where you don't know where the money is being used, then we are making mistakes. How do we talk about coexistence, humans, animals, and the environment? Because this is where we need to see that coexistence. Does this need a lot of money? Or we can just have where we can talk to our community, where every community member takes up this and everyone is speaking about the same.
The last one.
So for me, I think as Ugandans, we need to come up with the more clearer things that we can do than talking of big things that we cannot do, and at the end we continue having these big meetings and we talk a lot, we do nothing, and we shall continue to talk and do nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to the panel, and I want you to respond to the questions that have been highlighted. Maybe even highlight some of the you can support in where you think that it falls under your docket, but also help me to give me 2 or 3 parting shots as we are concluding. As you are submitting and concluding, give your parting shots so that we can call it a meeting. I'm going to start from the other side this time. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and colleagues, and all our wonderful participants. This has been such a beautiful meeting. It's not big, it's not small, it's moderate, and very, very, very inclusive. Everybody has participated in one way or another. I want to thank myself and yourself so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for asking so many questions out of my my presentation, which was not actually very, very organized. But one, there are 90% of the poor people, 90% of the poor people in the whole world are from Africa. It's a very, very bad indicator, very bad indeed. Hence, we are most likely, those of you who are talking about dates, indebtedness, we are likely to continue into that line of going into dates. We are in like a trap, like in a limbo. We must continuously have to borrow to survive. That's a real fact. And for the some time to come, we shall have to go through that channel. For instance, this year's budget is around, Mr. Robert, it's about 81 trillion. Not so, sir. Recently, you increased it from 71 to 82 to 81. 51% of that money are loans. 51% of that money, loans. We still continue to be told by you, the technocrats, that we are still in an agreeable position as far as the international standards are concerned. Is it called GDP debt ratio? That we are still okay. I don't know. But some of these dates, the loans we have acquired, if you may allow me very, very quickly to share with them, just 1 or 2. For instance, 1, we have borrowed Uganda shillings 250 million from the International Development Fund Association, that's World Bank, to do the following. To fund, and also part of that money is a grant for women, children, adolescents, multi-donor trust fund, to finance phase 4 of the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, NUSAF. Did we do bad? You tell me. Was that a bad loan? We also, thank you, if we spend it well. We have also borrowed 180 million, 0.5 million for Dr. Deep. It is in about 14 districts of Uganda, which host
refugees. And most of that money goes to infrastructure development and climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and also environment, those related issues. There are also programs under that particular road to cater for women, empowerment, and the like. Those of you who have worked in districts that access that Dr. Deep Fund know all the solid details. We have also borrowed 220 million from the International Development Fund for education to finance the Uganda Learning Accelerated Program. It is to work on about 100 traditional senior secondary schools to rehabilitate them, equip them, and modernize them. Is that a bad loan? We have also borrowed Uganda shilling, US dollars, 500 million for USMID to modernize your cities. When you go to Gulu, don't you like what you see? When you go to Jinja currently, don't you like what you see? To Masaka, to Kabale. To Kabale. Those rotten roads now, patched up roads, are now very clean. And with lights provided by the sun, solar. Doesn't that also go into mitigating the effects of climate change? Cities, it's very, very important. We have also borrowed a lot of money to work on the Jinja Express Highway. We have also borrowed a lot of money to work on the railway, extension of the railway from wherever there to Kampala, standard gauge railway. What will that do? A lot. And it also goes back into ensuring that the effects of climate change are reduced as much as possible. Because how many roads are going to be redundant? How much fuel are we not going to burn because of that railway line? So we are borrowing also. My colleague talked about a lot of money we borrowed just the other day. I just want to allay your fears, some of those of you who got a little bit scared, that yes, our debt today stands at 116 trillion. I need to be corrected. I was just gathering these figures here and there. 116 trillion, thereabouts. And the other day we passed a loan of 2 billion Uganda shillings to facilitate a Uganda National Oil Company. US dollars, sorry. US dollars, 2 billion US dollars. Yes. To facilitate Uganda National Oil Company to import oil and its products and what have you in the meantime. For only 3 months. Do you know how much money in terms of profits the National Oil Company made in 3 months? If it doesn't come from my mouth, how much did it earn? Profits, 150 million US dollars. So is that such a big loan that Uganda National Oil Company is not going to pay? And all the proceeds from this money from Uganda National Oil Company will not go into the consolidated fund. It will go to an escrow account. So that means it's affordable. It can be repaid very easily without affecting you or me and the budget. So don't get that very much worried. We also passed a loan to do what we have been talking about, climate smart agriculture. They are going to import more than 500 tractors for the communities. They are going to ensure proper, 500 tractors plus for communities. In other words, plowing quickly in time so that you're in time for the rains, the short rains. They improve the seeds and the climate resistant seeds, those which can quickly mature and harvest very quickly. Those are the monies we are talking about. True, there are those other monies which, and most of these ones are concessional loans, by the way, multilateral loans. They attract very minor interest. But that doesn't mean we have not also borrowed extravagantly these commercial loans. Recently, the other day also, my colleague told you, we passed a loan of quite a lot of money. I don't know whether you carried the papers. The papers. But that one is meant to support the budget. Supporting the budget includes many things, possibly even your salaries and what have you. So, yeah.
Honorable,
others are for roads and what have you. So, to the questions now, I'm very sorry, I can't talk the whole day. It's unfortunate. I talk a lot, maybe.
Summarize, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to summarize. Interventions by governments, yes. There are quite many. Clean energy, schools have a way of access. If you have this information, now get it. The clean energy program benefits schools, government schools. Yours is just to put it in writing that could you please provide me with clean energy to provide, especially for cooking in my school. Put it in writing directly to the commissioner in charge. There's a lot of money waiting for you, your school, in your communities. If either electricity, they will provide it free there, but you'll pay the other bills. But it will be brought to you. The system will be put there for you. If you want for wood, they will provide for you with clean energy stoves for your school. Any school, please take that information. So that one we are aware, madam, and we are trying to take it home to the communities. The other one talked about cars for members of parliament. Can't you forfeit this? Honestly, surely. One time there was a member of parliament from again Busoga. He said, this money is useless. I'm not going blah, blah, blah. I will ride a bicycle. Why did he lose? He lost because people were saying, surely? An MP riding a bicycle? Would you like to see me in a tatters so that you see the importance of me? That I'm in tatters, I'm poorly dressed, moving on a kauba, then you are okay. Yeah, this is okay now. This is very okay. You suffer. I am representing you. I'm representing your interests. Yeah. Yes. I am here because I mentioned about something. We might raise a lot of money. All this money is a lot, revenue, to do with climate change. But if we do not also protect this money from the squirrels, it will not do much. But the responsibility is yours and mine. You there, you are at the district, and you are telling the Rugaba about the squirrels. Write it down to the IGG. Put it direct to Parliament. Make a petition. Undercover. You will be answered, I can assure you. You will be answered. Let nobody lie to you. I also know of those. Do not keep quiet about it. So talk about it. Climate change, is it only new? It's global. It's a global problem and it should be tackled globally. I also mentioned something about that. You can't let only Uganda, Rwanda to do it. No. At a higher level, you say you go to these international committees and what have you. I remember I attended only once with the president in New York. But we talk about different things. Yet it was about sustainable development goals. And it's one of them. So I think it's high time we put it on the national agenda. That's why the parliament, your parliament of Uganda, has gone ahead to create, actually they were the first ones to create a climate change committee in Parliament. They have now, the East African Legislative Assembly has done it. The African Parliament has now copied it. So I think it is catching up. It's a global problem and should have global solutions as well. Political will, there is political will. I honestly want to tell you. I also used to think like you. I chaired he told you I chaired this other very controversial committee, natural resources. And it was at a time, those of you who can remember the saga on sand mining in Irwera, that was me, the person you used to see, fighting those people. I was the one. Some people misunderstood me. But now, eventually, slowly by slowly, everybody understood me. The president is now the biggest fighter for environmental protection. I want to tell you this. Not that I represent his committee, no. But I know for sure he's so concerned about environment, and there is that big will. And I have showed it.
Honorable, help me to summarize.
Okay, I'm summarizing. I don't know. They ask me very many questions.
Yes.
Are members of parliament still of any relevance? Yes, they are. If you don't want to doubt, they may be a menace, they may be an encumbrance, they may. But try doing work without them. Then you see what happens. Try doing work without them. Look at countries without parliaments. They are possibly not worth talking about. So I think let's always look at both sides. They may not necessarily be extremely, very, very influential in the policy guidance and formulation, yes. But they are still sorting out a few problems here and there. Planting trees on occasions, yes, that one, Buganda Kingdom is doing it, and if you are doing it also in that count, in Soroti, so good, so much the better. Let others also emulate that very good example. Big budget for the presidency, yes. Yes, the presidency budget is extremely very big. But I told you, many people misunderstand that the president's budget is so big when they do. If you do not dissect what exactly it's all about, we are talking about 11 institutions. He's talking, how much money have we pumped into Chira Motors? How much money have we put into the banana initiative? How much money is going into very many presidency, includes President's office, State House, Vice President's office, Prime Minister's office, Kampala City Council, all that money you see, it's all under the presidency. It's not only his food, his clothes, like Semuju wants to portray. It's an incorrect picture of what it is. So the big budget is there and will continue to be there. We can only talk of limiting maybe the staff, but you need them. How many counties do you have? You those of you who are from local governments, I was a cow. I was working in Ruero. I worked in Ntungamo. I worked in Mbarara. Every county had an assistant cow. Why are we not talking about that? And when it comes to an assistant RDC 102, it's a big problem. So I think let's now be a little bit whatever. No political will again to address. No. There is political will, leaders, and that's why some of us are here, and we are representing very many of our colleagues. Improved climate change funds, yes, we are going to improve, and the officer from finance has indicated to you the strategy on how to get that money, how to follow it up, and how he thinks it should be utilized. A lot of much more money will come. More other initiatives are in place, and you can only, what I want is to see that money directly put down there at the squirrel ground. You are the one who called them squirrels, ma'am, not. So you said it's a ground for squirrels. I hope we shall ensure that the squirrels do not allocate that money to themselves. Why is allocation of funds for salary, for cars and cars for MPs done first than yet others do know it does not come? It does come. You have seen most of us advocating for increment of salaries for teachers. You have seen most of us going almost on a hunger strike, if you can remember, when we even had to boycott the parliamentary sessions because they had not improved the money for health until we got $100 for the budget. Those of you who are there, I don't know. So we do care for others. A salary for members of parliament is not set by you or me. It's set by an institution called the Parliamentary Commission. Issue of minimum wage. Yes, the minimum wage is a very controversial subject matter, and that needs a lot of time to discuss. And you can go through your member of parliament for workers. He or she will tell you the problems related to minimum wage. The industrialists do not like that one, and we are begging for them to be here. So in the meantime, we leave it in that kind of abeyance. I want to thank you so much for having listened to me. I'm sorry I've taken a lot of time, but also thank you for asking me many questions. That means maybe it was very interesting. Call me again whenever it is possible. I'll be more than ready to be with you, because I am also an advocate for climate change and environmental protection. I want to thank you. May God bless you all. Have a very nice Christmas, and while you have it, please do everything in moderation, because you know what I mean. Thank you, man, very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, my dear fellow panelists and participants. I'll summarize mine in 1 minute. I need to run for an end of year engagement elsewhere here. You asked me earlier a question, challenges with implementation. You asked about limited access by women to programs under government of Uganda, the cutting shorts. I think on implementation, I'll just summarize this into about 3 or 4 points, and I'll just mention, I think the first one, I see it's on data. We don't have data informing what we need to do in the society. We've talked about this information about climate financing, local revenue is being talked about at higher level more than at the grassroots level. We are here in a workshop. We are maybe talking at district technical planning committees and political fora, but at the grassroots with the women, where are they? How are they participating in this? I think I see that's the first gap that we may need to, as we go home, look at. The second one is the coordination. I see we've talked about key offices that are very important. The gender focal point persons, the climate focal point persons, and all these other actors who are supposed to bring interventions in on one table, dissect it, analyze, and get the accurate and effective responses that can really target a woman who is in Butaleja down, a woman who is in Amoro or in Kisoro. That is something I can mention also on this table. Then the other one is still we have issues of patriarchal dominance, as we talk about here. Every discussion, I think men are still leading. Where are the women? I was looking at participation. I'm also talking about women opportunity to speak out, women opportunity to say it. I was looking in this office. Thank you, moderator. During the questions I saw there were 11, at least women, 11 of them had opportunity to ask questions. That was really so good. As here, we've had 5 chances of speaking, but we have only 1 woman in the panel. So those are the issues, whether we are in the district, in the community, where are the women talking about these issues of climate change. Then the issue of finance, which I think the funding gap, which also answers this question, it has been an issue. Personally, I think I look at how, as government, do we program interventions that should meaningfully change the lives of our community. I always say, and they've always said as well, the program I work in, not that I'm just writing in it, but the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program has been one of the first government programs that somehow touched the community and somehow revolved funds women have really received this money. A good number of them used it, passed it back to the next group that benefited. But if you see 5 years down the road, new intervention again came in, PDM, which had to get all these wealth creation funds, put it in one basket, and which significantly affected the other program. That explains what he's talking about. Women, there are programs, but women cannot access. Because for now, the budget was significantly reduced, and for the district leaders who are here, the cow is here. If you see the trend of funding of WEP and YLP, it is now reducing because we are looking much forward into the revolving, what the women have revolved to be plowed back to the women. The model of GROW, Ministry of Gender, in their concept, had it that WEP, YLP, and all these other projects, the one for the disability, the one for the elderly, would help women kickstart businesses, would help women start viable projects, so that by the time they want to upscale, remember the funding limit for these other programs, they don't exceed 12 million, but for GROW, it is up to 200 million. Now the question is, the idea was women can first start, and then if they want now to upscale above 12 million, they can now go to the bank and access GROW. Because even accessing through the bank, it will also improve on their inclusive financial inclusion, so that they don't no longer just get money and they use from down through their VSLA, they can also support, they can also participate, learn how can I engage the bank, how can I work through the bank to manage my finances. But I think somehow my personal take again is I think political interference. When GROW came in, everyone thought, it's now for everyone. So any woman who is also not in business, who is not doing what is asked, want to access GROW. And when they don't get it, it becomes a big issue. The last International Women's Day, you saw what happened. Some woman came up and she did meet the criteria. Because for you to access GROW, they had set very good criteria for you to get that fund. It means you have reached, you've grown, you've pushed to some level for you now to not any other woman. I think those are the issues I can take now, but thank you for the invitation and thank you for inviting Ministry of Gender to participate in this workshop.
Thank you very much. Paul?
Yeah, quickly, because I think we have run out of time.
Yes.
Yeah, and we need to manage time much more. I think, as you can see, our climate guy has left.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't make sense for us to be discussing and he's not listening. So I think going forward, we need to manage time much more better. Anyway, why do we concentrate on single energy source? I think you meant hydroelectric generation. Why do we concentrate so much on that? I think because we are endowed in that sector, and so you push what you are endowed in much more than other sources. Other sources like solar, we don't have the battery capacity at the moment, globally, not only in Uganda, the battery capacity to store enough solar energy to run industrial scale. That's why we concentrate much more on HEP. On EVs, why do we have EVs? And yet we are producing oil. I think there's something called the energy mix. You need to diversify your sources of energy and how you use your energy. So having oil doesn't mean now you have oil which is a pollutant, then you can't have electric vehicles, which is not a pollutant. I think you can have both. And remember, much of the oil is for export, and the EVs are for local consumption. Again, also, and most importantly, oil is finite. Oil is going to end at some point, but EVs can be forever. So you can develop them while knowing the oil profile will end in maybe 30 years.
we will have no more oil. We will run out of oil at some day. That's a truth, and we have to live with it. But then, if we run out of oil and then we don't have alternative, then we would have made a mistake. That's why we need to develop our other capabilities, even though we have oil, even though oil will be more profitable, at least in the short run. About delays in disbursement, that one, it's outside of my docket. But as far as I know, budgets are released in time now. Since the Ramadan era, since Ramadan came into the ministry, budgets are released. Quarterly budget disbursements are made in time. But we can follow that up. But I'm not so sure about it because it's outside my docket. Local taxes, like border taxes, taxi park taxes, why does the president remove them? Now, this is a complex area because those taxes are considered to be nuisance. They really hurt people on the ground there. They're small people. Taxes like VAT, CIT, excise duty, sometimes you don't even feel it because it's held at source. Taxes like pay is withheld by your employer. You don't feel it. But these are the fees where you're paying directly. They are very painful. And they come with a lot of political cost and a lot of disharmony in the community. And that's why we need to find for sustainable revenue mobilization strategies for local government, such as a property taxation regime by leveraging the property system, by creating a cadastre, particularly of property of commercial value, so that local governments can raise revenue from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, dear participants, for the wonderful questions and insightful discussion you've all participated in. I realized everyone was really active, as the Member of Parliament mentioned. For me, from what I picked from this conversation and the rest of my fellow panelists, I note that there is kind of what we call a sensitization issue when it comes to issues of women. For example, the person from Ministry of Gender just mentioned that some women don't know even the criteria for accessing the different funds that they are entitled to. So this is where we are calling upon the different stakeholders, specifically the ministry itself, to come into sensitization, to do what we call sensitization campaigns, so that women can know what fund do I qualify for, if there is a MIOGA, if there is PDM, if there is growth for women. What's required of me for me to access this kind of fund? And she mentioned that the people in Butale just seem not to be knowing about the gas cylinders which are being distributed. Yeah, I mentioned here that only about 10,000 households have received this kind of initiative or have benefited from this initiative. And of course, government is usually limited when it comes to resources. But of course, there are plans to scale up these kind of initiatives, and this is where the Climate Financing Unit is coming into perspective to make sure that some of these initiatives are scaled up. Sensitization issues are really standing out because, for example, one of the MPs who spoke at the front here mentioned that local people would rather prefer we cut down a forest, so that we can plant maybe food, we plant cassava. So probably this local person doesn't know the implication of cutting down this forest. The person needs to be educated so that they know that when a forest is cut down, this is likely to be the impact on our climate, and the end result will not be good for this person. Even the plants that are going to grow on that forest reserve or on that swamp which they want to reclaim, they will not grow if we don't cater for these climate issues. Yeah, and at EPRC we have done a lot of work. We have done a lot of research. We've brought out these statistics. We've done research in areas of unpaid care work. We've done a lot of research to show the gender gaps in terms of access to finance. And that information is out there. We presented it to the policymakers, and now it's time for the implementers to act. Otherwise, I want to thank Siatini for inviting EPRC to be part of this panel. We really don't take it for granted, and please keep calling us. We shall be here to provide these insights, to provide the evidence, to provide the statistics, so that we can have evidence-based or evidence-informed policy making for this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would also like to add my voice to the panel members for appreciating everybody has turned up and given us time. And there are a good number of questions asked to the local governments, and I think really it's worth, because that's where implementation is done. And when we improve the situation there, we are likely to succeed in the fight against climate change. Somebody asked about whether the kind of seedlings we plant. We plant various types, including even fruit trees, because we want our children to know that fruits must be planted, and they are planted and must be enjoyed. But generally, the issue of the community not like planting trees, really, I think you've had very many speakers have talked about it. If I can give you examples, there are too many. Look at where the town council was there. You see those trees you are seeing on the road? We planted more than twice. the entire that road network that along the road. But when it used to be the rain season, people would come and remove them because it's a good seedling, then goes and plants at his place. Somebody who's roasting maize, as he's ending his day, he looks for where to put the charcoal. He puts on the seedling the town council planted. You know, but we did that even after sensitizing them, making meetings right from LOC1 level. So, which means we really need to do a lot to talk to our community, to understand that we need to plant trees. If you go to, somebody said about sending money, districts is stolen through corruption. Government is very much concerned about corruption. That's why it even has introduced various offices to handle these cases. So whoever has a complaint, he reports, and that person can be taken to court and charged. So really, government is very much concerned, because it knows where there is corruption, then we shall fail the reason why we are having decentralization, which refers to transfer of roles and responsibilities from of decision making from the center to these local governments. So really, government is very much concerned. Let's continue to fight together the issue of corruption. Still, I think that one, accountability. Accountability still has, government has measures. It has various offices. We have the internal auditor within any entity, whether lower local government or higher local government. Then even external auditors come and audit to make sure that at least what is done is thorough. And even various organs to make sure that funds are managed properly. Because those are the powers which are sent down during decentralization. So to make sure that various organs, various offices, they follow up the issue of spending money, so that it's spent properly. And where it's not spent, then action is taken.
Can you help me to summarize so that we finish the meeting?
Yes. About the delays of the funds, I think that sometimes is beyond us. But I think one of the measures I can tell you, every year local government are assessed by those of the Prime Minister. And one of the areas they assess is when does the money come? When it comes, when does it come to the district? Is it sent to the lower local governments? And where we're not doing very well, you lose marks, and that implies that the district will get less funds. And of course, which means the politicians will be on the neck of that technical officer who is not doing his work. Lastly, I want to talk about the issue of extension workers. We are aware extension workers must be at the sub-counties. And these extension workers, of course, must be supervised by the sub-county chief regularly, because they even sit in technical planning committee meetings every month to to report what they've done. So sometimes where they may not be, it could be that they need to recruit. And of course, recruitment is a long process which goes through, which I will not go through because of the little time we have. So it's a long process, but I think really we need to commit to do more with the extension workers, because that's when you're going to have more production. As I'm ending, you asked me to say something about how I'm closing. Let me close with three things. One, I'll request the ministries, when they are designing programs for the districts, let the district be involved at a certain point. Because we know some of the decisions which are taken, they not be practical if you have not talked to somebody who is already on the ground, who know what's happening. Then secondly, sensitization. We need to do that and find and package our message to the best which can get to the hearts of the people. And lastly, enforcement. Enforcement has gone down. We really need to enforce, because when we enforce and we see people being punished, we are going to see an improvement in the performance. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Can we give them another round of applause? Members, I had to give these people time because we started a bit late, and this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue. So if you don't get what people are saying, it becomes a monologue. And to me, I wanted to get the people saying what they think should be considered so that our representatives can take those issues when they go back for policy formulation. So I want to thank the panelists for the time you saved for us as the organization, but also even for coming for this dialogue and even being there. So thank you very much. I don't know if you're going to take a group photo of the panel, please, before we go. And I'm going to request the gentleman who talked about the issue of climate curriculum, sir, to meet him, because the time has gone. He has a clarification on that. Maybe the others will benefit from you. So members, can we come for a group photo here? And I'm going to invite my colleague to close it on behalf of the organization. I don't have that capacity. Please. And Herbert, you can join us, please, on, on this group photo. After Herbert.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aloysius Chitengo, who is the Program Coordinator, Financing for Development, CIATINI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request that we give a round of applause to the moderator. Thank you so much. He has technically steered the conversation. It was more than just moderating, and we truly appreciate. In the same vein, I would like to thank all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for honoring our invitation. And in a special way, I would like to thank the panelists. I would like to also thank the members of parliament because they stayed around for all this long to listen in and also contribute to the discussion, because this time is really, the period is demanding. We all know, I will not emphasize that, but they spared their time for this very important conversation. But also I'd like to recognize that this dialogue drew participation from different local governments, Nebi, Napak, Bulisa, Kasanda. I might not exhaust all, but all those local governments have brought grounded realities into the discussion. And that is very, very important because it's not a Kampala affair. And I would also like, in a special way, to recognize and thank the Minister of Finance for all the contributions. We've missed to thank Mr. Festo. He has left, but in absentia, I would like to thank him because he at least endeavored to really defend the position of government, but also furnished us with information around what is in the pipeline, what government's position is, but also he spoke as a Ugandan because beyond representing government, we are all Ugandans. And all we do is for the greater good of all of us. I would also like to thank Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development for honoring our invitation, but also for the perspectives. And I would like to, in a special way, recognize all the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda members for being here with us and also their contributions to making this engagement a success. I would like to further recognize members of the Tax Justice Network Africa. We have representatives from Youth for Tax Justice Network, and we are in solidarity with all our different partners and members because this is not a Ugandan conversation, but it's a conversation that cascades up to the regional level, up to the global level. I mean, we go up to all those levels. I would like to really underscore just a few things, highlight a few things as I close that stood out. I jotted down just a few that were underscored. And one of the issues was the need for a coherent, transparent, and accountable climate finance architecture. That came out prominently, but also I would like to highlight that the discussions on establishing efficient national climate financing vehicles also underscored the potential to pool resources, reduce turnaround times, and also enhance predictability and accessibility of climate finance. And all the other issues that were discussed were equally important, but I would also like to underscore that this dialogue has highlighted quite a number of other important issues, including the need, reinforcing that effective domestic resource mobilization for climate action requires policy coherence. It requires policy coherence across all the levels, national and local government level, but also meaningful participation, which was underscored in the discussions that women need to be, realities of women need to be centered within the discussions, but also the development of some of the policy tools that are underway, including the regulations on carbon credit, carbon markets, need to be really rolled out. People need to be consulted because we are the victims of climate change. So it's only right to reach out to all of us, but also the umbrella bodies, because Ministry of Finance might not be able to reach out to all Ugandans, but through the representatives and also the civil society organizations that could center and amplify the voices of the different stakeholders. That could also really center realities of the people. I would also like to emphasize that this discussion is not really the end of it all. We are still continuing to dialogue, and as we end the year, we can only say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of us. It's been a great year for Siatini. It's been a great year for all of us as Siatini. We've strived to deliver on our mandate of promoting equitable trade, fiscal, and investment-related policies and practices for sustained, equitable development and improved livelihoods in Uganda, in the East African community, and Africa at large. And we will continue with that mission. But something that I would like to mention, next year we are rolling out a new strategic plan for 2026-2030, which is looking at advancing Afrocentric alternatives for improved sustainable development. And we will continue with our mandate, and we will work across all the levels, because CIATIN is not one of those organizations that are locked into the local realities. We are grounded in the local realities, but also we are alive to issues at the regional level, at the continent, and the global level, because Uganda does not operate in a vacuum. We are integrated in the global economy, and so it's only right for us to engage across all those levels. And we cannot engage without you, the stakeholders. CIATIN works with a multiplicity of stakeholders, and we appreciate all the partnership we have with you, the support you provide, but also that you are in solidarity with us. Thank you so much. I bring you once again greetings from our Executive Director, Ms. Jane Alunga. She hasn't managed to make it here, but I'd like in a special way to recognize my colleagues at CIATIN. And colleagues, please wave a bit for recognition. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. They made this possible, of course, with all of us. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch, and we will provide some modest facilitation to enable you to get back to your places of work, but also places of residence. Thank you so much. Lastly, could we do a group picture here, please? I think we could have some of us seated here and others standing. Would that be okay? If we move out, we might lose some of you. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request that we do the group picture and we leave. I request our dear members of parliament to take these seats, and I further request representatives from relevant government ministries, departments and agencies, please, you could take the seats.